percentage sharing. That's not the focus of this conversation. Let us focus on what is possible, okay? And frankly, don't focus on percentage. I know the story of someone who had a business idea, a graduate, by the way, had a business idea for more than 2 years, maybe more than 3 years. Couldn't get it off the ground, but was a very innovative business idea, very marketable, but he couldn't get it off the ground for 2 reasons. He didn't have the financial resources, he didn't have the intellect to take it off the ground. Somehow, he got to meet someone that said to him, I know people who will invest in this and take it away from you. Are you willing to give up ownership in terms of you will not be the CEO and you will not own more than, is it 1% or 10%? I can't remember now. If you are willing to do that, they will do the maths. They will arrive at the figure, how much will it require to take this thing and scale it? They will provide all that money. You will not be called the CEO. You will not own more than, I'm not sure, either 1% or 10%. And then you will get certain amounts. I can't remember that figure now, but you will get certain amount as your feel-good money. Go and enjoy yourself. The guy said, no. Why should you, this idea that I've been building for the past 2 or 3 years, I will not be called the CEO. How is that possible? It took him some time. Then he came back and said, okay. He got good counsel. He came back and said, okay. He tried to negotiate. They said, no, these are our terms. We are going to put all this money down. We'll give you this X amount as feel-good money and back off. We will run this. You can't run it. If you could, you would have done it. You have proven that you cannot. You don't have what it takes. You are an inventor. You are not a businessman. Pack one side. You are an investor, inventor. You are not a businessman. There are 2 different things. Sit down, please. Let us run this business and make you happy. It took him some time, maybe up to 3 months or more, before he finally said, okay, after all, I've been waiting on this thing. When that 1% came as profits, what did you call it? BEM. It was called BEM. Some other people will say Iguila. Something good, eh? Something huge. 1%. And it completely changed his life and the life of his family and everybody else around him forever. And guess what? That 1% is not a one-off. And interesting thing, he doesn't even have to worry about daily operations anymore. Cross his leg, drink tea. And his account will just enter, boom. You know, even him, he will shake. He'll say, what just happened? When his phone is vibrating for credit alerts, the phone will almost break. Constant cash flow. And he doesn't have to worry about how do we get diesel? How do we get generator? My staff are not doing well. This one did not come to work today. All of that taken away. So let's not bother really. Let our focus not be on how many percent or who is the title owner, who is CEO. What's his name? Bill Gates is no longer CEO, but Bill Gates can fire the CEO. Doesn't that make sense? Yeah. Bill Gates is no longer the CEO, but Bill Gates can fire the CEO. All right? So a CEO can always be employed to run the business. You get paid. He comes to the board and reports. One thing that must happen, though, is you should be on the board. That's what I'll tell you. Whether you run your business outside and actors, if it's your idea and investors are trying to come in, always ensure that you have a seat on the board. That's all. So that you can be part of the decision making. You cannot make the decision on the board. You will be part of the decision making process. And guess what? Because you have just 1 or 10%, you don't have veto power. Again, If you could run it, you would have done it. You cannot run it. That's why you need help. Okay? So let's get that. Let's not dwell on what percentage. Rather, think about the possibilities, what can become of these projects. Okay?
Good morning, everyone. All right, Enactus Federal University of Technology, Owerri. I have a question, sir. You made use of this particular term, innovation. What's Enactus Nigeria's definition of innovation?
It's not Enactus Nigeria's definition.
No, there's a reason I'm asking. We've come up with projects, and we're giving a comment. It's not a science fair competition. So I guess it's not a science fair competition in Enactus Nationals. So I'm guessing novelty is not the only definition for innovation that you're speaking about.
What do you mean by novelty?
New ideas, something new.
New idea is not enough to define innovation.
So define innovation for us, sir, please.
New idea is part of it. And innovation, it can be a new idea, right? Or it can be an existing idea with a tweak. Do you understand? It can be a new idea, something that the world has never seen, or an existing idea with a tweak. All right? Now, let me give you an example, and you tell me which is more innovative. I made mention of Bagega earlier on, so let's go back to Bagega. The problem was water contamination by lead, right? What's your name again? Benedict. You live in Bagega, and Enactus team A showed up to Bagega and said, we see the problem. You don't have water or potable water here, so we're going to provide water for you. And that team goes to, Bagega is in Zamfara State. And so they leave Zamfara State. What is the closest state to Zamfara State? Sokoto? Fantastic. So they go to Sokoto because in the whole of Zamfara, there's even if there is water, there are no trucks to transport the water there, right? So they go to Sokoto or any other community where there are people who actually hawk water in trucks. But in Bagega, they have not seen such a thing before. Are you following me? So these guys bring their water in a truck, 100 liters of water every day to supply to the people. As far as those people in that community are concerned, that's an innovation, true or false? Because they've not seen it before, and now they have potable water. That's brilliant. Team B says, no, we will not be transporting water from Sokoto every day. We will sink, we will build a well, or the well cannot work. So let's sink a borehole that will go much deeper, maybe up to 70 feet, 70, is it meters now or feet? Meters, 70 meters down into the earth. And we'll use hand pump to pump the water. Is that a new level of innovation for them? Answer me. No, I want Benedict to answer. Is that a new level of innovation? Because now, right there where they are, they never thought they could find clean water, right? Because all along they are getting water from the stream. But now, the borehole is going beyond the water level that was contaminated, going straight into the aquifer, right? And getting water from there. And this water is clean. But they are using, everybody has to come to that spot to fetch the water in their buckets and carry it to their homes. Team C shows up and say, well, this is a good work. Let's do something else about this. Let us use machine rather than you pumping it. Let us use a higher level of innovation to pump the water out. But we won't stop there. We are going to channel the water into everybody's house. Okay? So you just turn on the tap and there's water. How about that? Is that a higher level of innovation? Fantastic. Let's say Team D, where I belong. Team D, where I belong. And we now show up, we say no. Because you are sourcing this water from the soil, which is already contaminated, there is a chance at some point that the system may be broken. Therefore, there will be water contamination, even in the aquifer. Therefore, the people will be at risk. So what do? Myself and my team, we say, you know what? We are going to source water from somewhere else. So there's what they call water harvesting. So when it rains, you harvest water. And you harvest water and save it in storage and treat it, and then use pump to push it out to the same houses. So this time you have completely eliminated any risks associated with that thing. Is that a higher level of innovation? Are we all solving the problem? So if you are the judge and team A, B, C, and D make their presentation, which one will you rank higher on innovation? Which one will you rank higher, A, B, C, or D? Okay, how many people agree with him? So who will rank B highest? Nobody. Who will rank C highest? You will rank C. Who will rank D highest? You see, A and B did not get any votes. Okay, you gave A votes out of a class of only you gave A votes. So think about that. So my point is, innovation has to be inspiring. Okay? So the easiest thing to do is to say, okay, since we can't dig a well, let's buy water. Yes, that's a solution, but for how long will you do? How much water can you actually buy and supply? And there's first scarcity that will increase the price of that. So you need to think, when you think solution and think innovation, you need to think far. What is the best? You see your apps, all of you have mobile apps with phone, all of you have mobile phones with apps, right? Regularly, the apps are updated, isn't it? Because the inventor has put a system in place that allows them to update it, to make it even better than yesterday, right? So when you think solution and you think innovation, think about the thing that will just blow everybody's mind. Using that, you can now define the innovation in your own words, okay? I just give you that example because I don't want to start explaining for too far. Unfortunately, we will have to stop. We have taken about 25 minutes, 22 minutes actually in the next session, and I don't want us to continue on that. Yes, we will come back. Please note your questions. In fact, write them down. And by the next time I'm on stage, we will continue from here, okay? Yeah. For now, thank you. Please remain seated. For now, we will quickly jump into the next session. It's on goal setting. And again, this goal setting, together with what you'll be doing later in the afternoon, which is design thinking, are supposed to help you in the process of developing your projects, setting the right goals, running your team, and implementing the right quality of projects that will be very innovative and will meet the criteria that we talked about earlier on so that you can get into the early stage, yeah? So I want you to pay rapt attention. I'll say invite, yes. Yeah, so I will hand over to Raphael to do the proper invitation of our next speaker.
Thank you very much, the country director in Actis Nigeria, Mr. Michael Ajayi. Please, can we put our hands together for him for that wonderful session? I can imagine that most of you are actually thinking, oh, I can easily become a business owner in the near future. All right, so before we bring in our next guest, I am privileged to read the profile of
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning, huh? I hope you're fine and keeping well. Just to be sure that the protocols are in place. Wow. You know, you guys just make me feel like asking God to get me back to this age. I'm telling you, you want to be like me? You don't, listen, let me tell you something. You don't need to be like me. You'll be greater than I am. You know? And that's the whole idea of coming here. When you stand on the shoulder of giants, there's nowhere you can't reach. What you need is a platform. And this is it. Hello. Okay. I was just saying that some of us didn't have that privilege of having people that will come share with us. If I had that personally, and it would have helped in a way to shape some things. But nonetheless, I'm grateful to God for the gift of life. I'm grateful to God for the journey so far. And I'll share a bit of my journey with you. And I know that I have now with Mike, Michael is not here, so he needs to give me a time check so that I work within a focus. I'm not just dangling all over the place. Let me say a very big thank you to the faculty advisors and distinguished gentlemen and ladies. You're well appreciated. Thank you for what you do. Thank you. Thank you for being trustees of posterity. And to enactors, it's, what can I say? The last time I got to this beautiful land, probably when my cousins were getting into Covenant University. I must tell you, that was when the university was about starting. This would be over a decade and a half ago, traveling all the way. So coming here and seeing this and being challenged to speak to you about goal setting, I want you to understand that being in this environment already tells you how the vision of one man can change anything. Just one man. God does not work with a majority. It's a power of one. And that one could be a multitude of minds coming together or just one man to lead the pack. I'm a student. And you say, a student of what? I'm a student of the Bible. I'm a Christian. And one of the things that I love when I read that book is when it writes a certain man. And I always say to God, give me an opportunity to be that certain man, a man of choice, a man that steps in and things will change, a man that says and acts within the confines of a framework that will be godly. And at the end, humanity will be blessed. If that's where you are, then we are in the right place. So once again, thank you very much, enactors. Thank you, Michael and team, for having me. I'm so grateful. And it's an opportunity to come and share. Let me actually benchmark and say, assuming I have 60 minutes and some change, I've been given a very tedious task to talk about goal setting to a very young generation. A generation that will look at me and say, I'm old school. A generation that might look at me and say, does he get it? A generation that will say, does he have a Twitter handle? Yes, I do. It's at IDYENANG. A generation that will ask, is he on IG? Yes, I am. The same IDYENANG. You can follow me as I follow Christ. So you're okay. That's it. A generation that will look at Facebook and say, no, I belong there. It's still the same IDNang. And possibly you want to say, there's something about LinkedIn. I hear about it. I'm aspiring to have myself on LinkedIn. You'll find me there. But there, for the past 15 years, I put a restriction by ensuring that not everybody just jam bodies to me. No, I don't follow anybody carelessly. I don't. I'm very selective about who my friends are. And I'll explain that. But on LinkedIn, there's a passcode, which is an email address that gives you access. So if you, given the benefit of you being here, someday you find yourself opening a LinkedIn account and you want to follow me, it's my first name at yahoo.com. Now that's a secret I'm leaking out, but my goal in life and what God has given me is to be a trustee of posterity and to mentor a generation. I look at you guys and I say, you must be 10 times better than I am or any of my kin. And that's what you'll be by the grace of God. So if you're expecting theory, goal setting, I'll come and tell you, these are the 10 principles of that you've missed it. You're going to be bored stiff. Number one, I don't know how to set goals because I'm not a goalkeeper. You know, a goal setter will also be a goalkeeper. And every time he will sit at that place and say, this goal I set, I'm not meeting it, and he will stay there and never move. He becomes a goalkeeper. Many people are goal setters and they become goalkeepers. But they don't understand that in life there are setbacks. Setbacks are only to take you back, but to propel you. So I'm coming here to switch on that little light, that candle in your heart and in your spirit, that will show you how to build a life ahead of you that no man will ever question why you came. So join me as I go on this journey, but I'll follow the protocols of not just the house, I'll follow the protocols of what would have brought me thus far, and I'll share that with you. And you'll be free to ask me any question, any. And I dare say that there is no question that I can't answer. You'll be wondering, this man, is he all-knowing? I don't know is an answer. So if you ask and I say, I don't know, I've answered your question. Okay, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know everything. No. I say, bros, auntie, I know Sabi, that one, now second base. You know, we'll take it out and then I'll tell Uncle Michael, I beg, send it on the platform and tell them this is the answer because I've discovered it. We know in part and we prophesy in part, so I can't be all-knowing. It's only God that is all-knowing. All right? So, but I'm just fasten your seatbelts and trust God for the next couple of minutes. Oga Michael, I was just saying, how much time do I have? Okay, you know, you need a control tower. A control tower helps every aircraft. Every aircraft. If you don't have a control tower, what will happen? I'm sure some of you are wondering, how come planes don't crash? Because there's somewhere where someone is, and then as a human being, not necessarily a control tower, but you need a tuning fork in your life. Everybody needs someone that will help you and tell you, you know, like they say in Yoruba, Babi Magbabe. Don't jump on anything. Take care. This road is better. Don't go that way. And I pray that, you know, that will also be something you will take away in the course of our learning together. I've come here to learn from you guys. And honestly, whatever you're going to hear from me, take it that a lot of that is already in you. All I'm just coming to do is to ignite it in a different way. We are all humans created by God, given experiences to share. And your experience, my experience will make the world a better place, okay? Well, it's good to always start by talking about definitions. And so if I start from the premise of a definition of goal setting, I picked this up straight from the internet. It's not my definition, so I'm not going to lay claim to it. It's very straightforward. It says it is a process that starts with a careful consideration of what you want to achieve, and it ends with what? A lot of hard work and how to actually do it. So if you take goal setting in that context as a definition, there are other things that will make it happen. And that's why I have two bullets in between. In between your age now and the age to come is an in-between. There are some very well-defined steps that will get you towards each goal. Because the higher you go, I learned that they said the cooler it becomes. Yes, the hotter. For every new level, there's a new devil. Trust me. Every new level, there's a new devil. I'm standing here before you because of God's grace, and I am privileged by God in many ways. Sometimes I feel that God has been so good to me. And by the way, that's one of the reasons I wrote my book, my autobiography. It's titled In the Grip of Grace. And I should have some copies in my car. So if I ask a question or someone answers well, I'll probably give you a copy and find a way to autograph it. I don't know how many copies I have, but as many as are led, answer the question well, or whatever I threw at you. Then you can go and read about my life and then make yours better than that one. That's the whole essence of it. Okay? I'm not going to dwell on the definition because I want the definition in your heart to begin to make meaning. And that's why I'll start by showing you my journey so far. This journey, you've heard my Oga Ralph. He read it out in prose, but I put it in a graphic form to let you see that it's been a journey. And that arrow shows that I'm still on this journey. I'm still growing, I'm still learning, and I'm still moving. And as the Lord lives, I will get and I'll fulfill my goal. I will fulfill destiny by the grace of God. That is where everyone needs to sit. That is a continuum. So as a young man, just like you are, young woman, young man, I went to the university. My own may not be as great as yours. I didn't just jump into the university. I had to go through some hills. Part of the hills, I attended Lagos Baptist Academy, Obanikoro. I finished at Baptist Academy in 1981. And from 1981 to 1983, we had unity schools those days for A-levels, and they were called Federal Schools of Arts and Science. So I went to FSS Ondo there, and that took me to Ondo, great town. That's where I ate dog for the first time. Dog meat. Mama Ebun was feeding us with dog meat. We didn't know, but it was sweet. And you get oil. Little did I know it was dog meat. I'm telling you live, this is I know they say Calabar people they chop dog, yes. But now do I chop them first. And so at my A-levels there, 2 years, and I came out, 3 papers, and I dismantled myself. You know how I dismantled myself? It was serious. We're living like we're on campus. I was in Niger House, and there were 2 of us to a room. So only 2 guys to a room, and then I don't know what the girls hostel, I can't tell you. I never went there. But what was interesting was that we had our uniforms during the day, white, as it was, but we wore mufti. Then I had DEF, 3 points, as we used to call it then. I didn't have AAA because we're rocking. We're always in Ife. Shalama, Lakeside, Third World, Bembruge, that Silverbird group used to bring in groups then. Third World, and there was Jalov, Try Jalov, that's who now. Then the Whispers, yes. They brought all those groups and we pay 5 Naira and go all the way to Ife. But that journey ended when one of my colleagues died. Actually, he died on the night of the Whispers. He got drunk and he fell from the SUV, Students' Union block, and smashed his head. And all of us go back to school and they were asking, who are those that went? Of course, nobody's name was on the table. But the result was what? DEF. Did I have a goal for going to FSS? Yes, to get my A-levels. Did I get it? Yes. Was it enough to get me into the university? No. Yes and no. Yes, because with those 3 points, I could study religion at University of Ibadan. And religion then, just give me 1 cassock, I'll become a priest. I said, nah. Then there were colleagues of mine that took off. This story might be familiar because it's a journey. Every time in life we set a goal and say, I'm going to see Michael. And something happens. I don't necessarily get to Michael, or I get to him, but I don't really get in to see him the way I should see him. I hope you understand. So I left it and I came back. That was for the first time I was angry with myself, but I enjoyed the time because, mommy, we rock. We rock small. Yes, now. But then I got home and something happened to me. One of my friends, I finished at Baptist Academy 81, right? One of my friends came to visit. We lived at Satellite Town in Lagos. And as we were talking, I didn't know my father was listening. He was telling me a lot of stories. about campus. So I started seeing, I'd seen Ife. So I started visualizing it. I said, no, I have to, something has to happen. But I didn't go in. But then I found myself working as a civil servant. So I was admitted or given a job at the Ministry of Defense as a level 6 officer at the Ministry of Defense. We are the officers' pay office, where they paid all the officers in the military from the second lieutenant up to the highest serving officer. We prepared all their vouchers and pay slips. We are the Banikoro. It was when my friend came to visit. I was a civil servant and my own colleague was in the university. He was telling me about campus life. And I was telling him about how her ministry life. When he left, my father said, oh, Raye, see your life? Your friend is talking about campus. You are telling him about how you people go and sign docket. Are you okay? Something wrong with you? Don't you want to move forward? And my dad is a very simple man. He doesn't speak too much English. He just said, get away, stupid thing. And I knew that was it. When he said that, it provoked something in me. And I then decided I was going to get my admission. This was a tail end. I'd done about almost a year as a civil servant. And I went to Ministry of Education. I met one of my friends who is late now, Deomi Peko. We went to see the commissioner there, and the lady looked at us and said, two of you to go back to FSS. No, I can't put you in the same school. She said, where were you? We said Ondo. She now went to pull out a file. In that file, 2 of our names were inside the file. And I said, madam, how do you get? He said, were you ever suspended from school? I said, yeah. She said, what did you do? I said, we went for a party and, the Olodes caught the girls and we had to rescue the girls, they said, and some of us were suspended. He said, but did you go on that suspension? I said, because the letter missed. They sent it, they used to post. Okay, so I want to feel me big time. I want to enter, make I can't see this railroad. Before this railroad, there was a road. So that is not showing here. That's why I want to give you the small gist. Don't worry, it's gist, but it's a life story of how you can get derailed. I was determined. Cut a long story short, she sent me to FSS Suleja, sent Peko to FSS Sokoto. Said 2 of you have to be miles apart. I was not a bad boy. I was just enjoying myself. But I learned a lesson. I got to FSS Suleja and I had these friends, the room they put me, and I saw boys smoking hemp. I say, hey, this is a man they want to rescue. By the way, my father, I had to leave my father. I left him. He said to me, and he looked at me and said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to school. Then Nigeria Airways return ticket to Abuja was 54 naira. I took money and I paid for my ticket. I paid everything and I went back to school. My father didn't believe it and I left. The only thing he didn't know was what school. He didn't know. I told him I was going back, that I would never bring, my father spoke from his heart and he was saying, your name is better than riches, a good name. You can't soil this name by just whiling away. I'm here sending you to school and you're messing up. That thing hit me. But cut a long story short, found myself there. And then in the midst of some boys, and their whistling sound was Fuminigbo Kinerino. Me? I refuse to join. There are decisions that you're at crossroads right now, some of you, and you think to belong will make you cheap, hip, Trust me, you won't be able to draw a line like this. If you join, I didn't. And you know, if I did, I'll tell you. I'm on live streaming. Somebody's going to put it there and say, I do, you know, say you do this thing. No. What thing I do, I will tell you, say I do them. Because standing before you is a trophy of grace. I'm not a perfect man. I've made mistakes. Yeah, but I trust God every day to keep me on a path of excellence. Because the stories we hear and what we go through are to help us in the life thereafter. So I finished all of that, then found myself in university. But it was time to enter the university. After that, I didn't take JAMB, and I had to now start looking for schools. So I went all the way to Boma, Maiduguri, University of Maiduguri, Sokoto. I was looking for admission for myself. The North was where I taught so well because we're in the North. But I didn't get any admission, and I was getting weary and tired. But finally, my cousin, Dr. Enang, who was the medical director at the Cross River State University, just asked my father casually, where is Idoroin? He said he's somewhere, he's monkeying around somewhere. I don't even know where he is. I was busy moving from Karanamoda. I went to polytechnics. I told myself I will get back to school. I was determined. Then my cousin got word to me and said, come and see me. When I was going to see him, I went with my best friend, Otu Morin. And then he took us in. Otu took JAMB. And so he started with geography and regional planning. And me, they put me on remedial because I didn't do JAMB, you know? And when I finished, guess what? They said the course, remedial arts. I entered. I had to humble myself. I said, I can't stay at home for 1 year again. I entered. After this one, I go enter university. I say, yes, I enter. When I finished, guess the course they now gave me? Religion, money. Second time around, I said, the only time I like that track is when I dance with Shalama. Second time around. It's a good track by Shalama. And I said, no. So I told my cousin, I said, I want to study economics. He said, economics, they wouldn't, because I said, take me to the head of department. He took me to Dr. Obodum, the head of department, and he looked at me and said, because of Dr. Enang, I'll give you a chance. But in the first semester, if you know there's a lot of maths, I said, yes. Did you pass maths? I said, hey. You know, when you don't want to answer, I just smile. You're not telling a lie, but you don't know. So by the time we finished, he said, I'll give you a chance to come in. But if after the first semester you don't do well, I know that at the end of the year, you'll have to go back to your religion. Friends, I said, if this is one chance I have, I must make myself worth the while. That semester, first semester, my GPA was 4.6. It was only in English I had a C. I smashed everything. By the full year, I was on honor roll. I was on honor roll year 1, year 2, year 3. And then I fell ill. The last semester in year 3, I was so ill that I struggled to take my exams, but I didn't want to, then we didn't have retake. They had, we had to come and retake. I didn't want to come during holidays. So I had 2 Ds slam me. I even fainted in one of the courses in the classroom because of fever, high fever. You know what? By the time I finished and I got home, my dad took me to his friend who was a doctor, and the man gave me some medicine. Have you seen earthworm before? The worm that came out of my body was that long and big, like a snake. It had almost ravished my system. That was how God saved me. And I bounced back. I made a second class upper. I missed first class by whiskers. But I tell you, my 4 years, I was the singles badminton champion in school. I played tennis. I played volleyball. I was in volleyball team, first team. I was in the basketball team. I was a sub, basketball and handball. And I was tennis singles champion with Epo. So at Nuga, why I'm saying all of this to you, you need to be 360. And then my journey started. I hope I didn't waste your time by giving you that background, because sometimes you just see somebody what you see is the fruit, but you don't know the seed. You don't know the process, the in-between. Many people hide the in-between because they want to look good. Your best days are still ahead. Whatever I was yesterday. I'm not bothered about yesterday. It's history. His story is a story. That's what I'm able to tell you. But I'm bothered more about what I'm going to accomplish in the days and the years to come. And so I found myself, one more lesson I want to draw with you. I went to Port Harcourt, served as a copper. In the process of my service, Nigerian Breweries put out an ad for management trainees. My best friend, or two, that we went to school together, he ended up being my best man. He was my best man, still my besto. He was hired by Nigerian Breweries as a personnel officer. He was a year ahead of me. He got into Nigerian Breweries. So I applied. Inside, on the list, they said, these are the things we want. One of such was a call-up letter. I didn't have mine again. So I just sent every other thing. Otu called me and said, I've just seen your application and I'm going to reject. I'm tearing it straight away. You are not qualified. You didn't put in your call-up letter. And I told him, I said, get out. He said, you two get away. We just joked about it. Listen, if in today's reckoning, how many of you will do what he did and accept it, that he will become my best man thereafter? Integrity started from the point at which we knew moral and ethical behavior will take you through whatever condition in life. If you had decided to put it as well and say, this is my best friend now, like you do, my guy, he will put him in. You will abort God's plan for your life because you have gone to put your own hand inside. That was not God's plan. God has set a motion for you. Just after that, Guinness also did theirs. And we went. I learned my lesson. How many times do you have opportunities to learn? Those moments that you fail, you had a goal. My goal was to apply and become maybe a staff of Nigerian Breweries. It was aborted because I didn't follow the criteria. My friend would have easily slipped my name in. He didn't. I took Guinness, learned the lesson, made sure all the things they wanted. Many of you today, when a list is put out, what you don't have, rest it and go look for it. But many of you want to cut corners. It is never short. Any shortcut you take will never be short in the long run. Your sin will find you out. That is why great men that we all labor, when they get to that exalted seat, they'll not say you cheated, you did not have this. Whether you're a dancer, whether you're a mobilizer, you've lost it. I got into Guinness and my journey started. So I served at ELF. I was at Guinness for 7 years. I had the privilege of launching Satsembrow and my journey started. I moved, but I'm only going to talk about Guinness because that's where I set a goal. I joined Guinness at the age of 24. And I said to myself, while we're going through induction, the late Mr. Adetukasi was a manpower development manager. I'll save you the story of interviews and all that. That will be a story for another day, so I can move. Mr. Adetukasi was telling us there can only be one MD at a time. And when he said it, we're in the room, we're 11 of us in that room. And I looked at him and I said, I was 24. I said, by 45, I should be an MD. And my guy said to me, hey, you don't come, big mouth. We normally yap ourselves till today so well. There was one colleague of mine, he's late now, Henry Omofuma. He yapped me but I now, guess what? I'll tell you something. I became MD of Samsung at 44. I was the first local MD Samsung ever had worldwide. Local, yes. So that goal and that dream I had, God heard it, the angel took it and kept it, and it happened. It even happened before I said what I said. But fast forward, when I started my job as a trainee, I had wonderful mentors in marketing department. Ekunife Okoli, Ibrahim Dauda, Akin Ayileka, they all kept 5 of us so well in marketing. Mr. Ojejimi in sales. Friends, my turning point of my life was I stood and I said, 5 years' time, these are the things that I want to see. Number 1, in 5 years, I want to be a line manager, meaning I must have subordinates reporting to me. That's line management. In 5 years, by the grace of God, I'll be married. Goal 2. 5 years, we'll have a child. Goal 3. 5 years from now, I should live in a comfortable apartment, like a 3-bedroom flat. I don't know how God planted me in Ifale, but it was 3-bedroom flat all the same. Don't bother about the location, it was 3-bedroom. And the 5th one was, I said, I hope at that point, I'll be in consideration for an international assignment. By 1995, because our son came 1st January 95, all except one were met. But I was in line for international assignment. I had to reset another set of goals, and I put only 3. Because at that time, Guinness did something that annoyed me. Rather than I was promoted, but they said they will start paying me from April 1 and they'll backdate it. That got me angry, and I just lost it. I'm telling you the truth. The next thing, Coca-Cola, I got a letter, Coke said, come and have confidential discussions. Before I knew it, I was at Coca-Cola. I was hired as a Coke brand manager, a Fanta brand manager. But here's what God did for me. I launched Satin Brown. I did all those things. My son came in 91. I got married in 93. I was a line manager in 94. And I was living in a 3-bedroom from 91, 92. The lines fell in pleasant places, but I had to reset. And I said, there are 3 more goals I will reset. No more 5, 3. One happened literally before my eyes when Coke came. My total emolument in Guinness was 476,000. That became my base salary at Coca-Cola. My life changed. 60% of that was given to me as housing allowance. I bought my car, my wife, small Nissan Sunny, at that place in Mile 2. I was owing the company and the bank, Union Bank, they will hold it for us. You'll be paying some dear. 234,000 was what I bought that car. The amount they paid me, 60% that Coke paid me, I used it to go back to the bank and I released the car. And I gave my wife fully. I said, we moved from Isalarino to a duplex, but see, all it takes is just one touch. But the God factor is real. Hard work, very key. The rest of this, friends, I leave it to God and I leave it to questions that will come. From Coke, I went on to Cadbury. From Cadbury, as commercial director at Cadbury. I moved on to Samsung. I was MD at Samsung. I was MD at L'Oreal. L'Oreal is the #1 beauty company in the world. So when I look at women, I know which one is well made up or not. But in all of this, I was always privileged to be a leader, leading from within and leading from the front. So the story I'm about to tell you is a story of my life. And I want to tell you how, at this stage, the goal you need to set has to be a goal that will be sustainable. It's not about money. If you ever make the mistake of making money your goal, then let me tell you the result. You make 1 billion naira as your goal, you get 1 billion. That same day, you have a problem that has 1 billion and 1 naira, you're a poor man. Money can buy happiness. If it was possible, most of these politicians, they'll be able to buy happiness. They're rich men. Money can't buy appetite, no matter how. Money can buy a bed, but it can't buy sleep. There's so many things. You can buy a house, but you can't make it a home. There are so many rich men that have sprawling mansions. They don't have peace. The walls will be speaking to them at night. They can't sleep. Is that the kind of money? Is that what you're looking for? perish the thought. I've never made money my goal, but I'll tell you down the road. Long story, right? But I hope somebody somewhere uses that to get a gauge. See this journey? I left L'Oreal at the age of 49. I was responsible for 3 different businesses of theirs. And I flew to Paris and I told my boss I was leaving. He said, ID, where are you going? I was the most senior Black man in the entire company, in the world. And I said, I'm working. I'm going to run my stuff. He said, Corporate Shepherd, yeah, I know you love it. I said, that's what I'm called to do. I was 49. He said, you can't, ID. Why? I said, the call of destiny. I need to go bless a generation out there. If that's all I'm going to do, so be it. But I'll tell you, I had this radio program, Navigate with ID, starting from 2009. 2009, April 1, I was on Radio Continental. I was paying $236,000 every month for airtime. 5 minutes, 5 days a week. Nobody sponsored me. I paid for that production. And Navigate with ID today, I'm almost, I think, 9 or so stations. In 2-3 years that I have some people buying ads, but most of it is coming from whatever God has blessed me with. I'm putting it there because there's a generation that needs direction. There's a generation that for me is a lot more fulfilling than building houses. You can build 10 houses, you don't live in one. If you like, let it be in Moscow, let it be in Ukraine. You can only stay in one at a time. And if you are passing through and they are bombing one, they can bomb you too. So much for that journey. Having heard all that I said, question time. Have you identified your own assignment? What do you want from that assignment? Listen, you are not a mistake. You didn't come to this world by accident. Many of us, you want to be a passerby, waka pass in Nollywood. You can't. You're at the stage where you need to set some parameters, some principles, and make life worth living. But if you don't ask questions, you don't get answers. And if you don't answer, you're mute. The only reason you'll be mute is because you're a remote control. Somebody is controlling you. Who's controlling you? There are only 2. To whom you yield yourself, you are the servant. If you yield yourself to God, God will grant you grace to run. Satan, you can also yield to him. He will give you, but it's short term. That short is so short, it can be like a Calabar man of those days. They used to yab us because Calabar men, when you see a man like they say, I'm a Calabar man. But hey, there's a new generation of 6-footers. Yesterday and then last night. So you can't gauge us by height. You used to call us servants. You called us all manner of names. Houseboy. Even Nollywood, when they have rule, they'll say, I don't tell anything, go outside. You put them, kid man. See, that man is a kid man. The other one is a cook. Or rife me to that side. They say, oh, Calabar people, those are their roles. We are pegged into certain roles. Yes, we are servants, but now we are servant leaders. I stand boldly before anyone and say, yes, I am. I'm a proud Akwa Ibom boy. But trust me, you can give me any job to do. I'll send you my invoice and make sure you're able to pay. Have you discovered your assignment? Do you know it? It's a big question. Oh. Here's another question I want to provoke you. Have you thought about building your legacy? Not inheritance. There's a difference. Inheritance, you're looking for something your father is going to leave for you. When he lives in God, you now sell it. By the way, you may have an inheritance, some inheritance, and you may never inherit it. Because there may be things that your father may have done that you may not know, that they may not finally release it to you. But in name, that property is yours. You will not touch it. So why bother yourself about inheritance? Why bother about money? Why not build a legacy that is transcending, that will go beyond? I trust God that in the next couple of minutes, you'll open your heart and begin to see that it is possible to build your legacy. Legacy is what will outlive you. I've come all the way from wherever I've come from. I'm not as privileged as Mauga. Those that live in Lekia, you want to bam bam. I don't want to chill with the big boys. I don't want to run kitty kitty and run kata kata. I just want day in my own. I just want day. When you day, some people will look you there and say, this man not daily. I don't reach house. Then after a while, you grow from that and go say, man, yeah, Adele Yeni. That is it. I'm not after what you have. What you have doesn't concern me. What I carry is what I want to build. Let me tell you something. It's your content that will drive value. I worked for Coca-Cola for 11 years. I was brand manager for Coke. The container, that bottle, the drink in the bottle of Coke is more expensive than the container. So when you are bought packaging and all of that, and nothing is inside, you are dead. If tire cross the PET, the plastic, the packaging gone. If it is juice and they just squash it, gone. But if there's content, it will spill. Someone can still gather it and make something out of it. If you don't have content, you're dead. Build content, you can step on anybody. I always use the example, not to show off, God forbid that I will show off, but to inspire you. When I was going to move from Cadbury to Samsung, the Koreans came after me. There was one particular guy that kept calling me. I was in London, called me from South Africa. I said, Mizido, Mr. Paga, one does you. I said, man, if those guys want you, you're dead. They will follow you anywhere they go. This guy kept calling me. I said, oh God, leave me alone. The president then was KK Park. And he started calling and said, Mr. Park. That's what he was saying, Mr. Park. Oh, Mr. Park, he's calling me. Oh. At the end, I just said, he said, your ticket, well, we sent you a ticket, flight from London to Johannesburg is 10 hours. And they said they will pay. I said, no, I'm going home first. So I got home and I told my wife, I said, these Samsung people are disturbing me. She said, I go and listen to them. So I said, okay, let's meet. The guy said I should come to their office. They were on this road, Kingsway Road then. That's where our office was because I eventually joined. And they now asked me to come on a certain day. I said, no. I was commercial director in Cadbury. I said, I'm a big fish. I can't appear like that. And next minute they'll say, newspaper will carry it and to affect our stock. I can't. Cadbury was still in the stock market then. Do you know on a Friday, they gave holiday to all the staff. They didn't know. Maybe some of them were here now and know why they went on holiday. Because one Calabar boy was coming for a chat, they sent all of them to go home. And I sat there. And I said to them, if you're serious about this, they said, Misido, first thing we do, we take you to Korea. So I went to Korea. And I loved, it was a look-see. That's what you call it at that level. They paid my ticket, did everything. I took my time and I went. But guess what? I'd already resigned from Cadbury. June 4th, I'd resigned. My boss was still asking me, where are you going? I didn't know where I was going. Red Bull offered me a vice president job. I didn't take it. Samsung came. I was just looking. I just knew that in 3 months that I'd given, my notice, that I'll get a job. Why? Because of content. And Christ in me is a hope of glory. There's no reason my name is hope, that I won't have hope. Come on. All these months where I don't invest, confidence will come. You can't put your trust in your brother or some minister, your uncle. If he dies in God, your confidence all 6 feet. So put not your trust in men. Invest in you, in me. This man standing, by the grace of God, I can tell you I coveted no man's gold, no man's silver. I am what I am by the grace of God. Starting from school, I was buying every book a day. I have a library of books. I don't read all, I don't go lie. I go read small, but that small, Like my people for Akwa Ibom, they say little drops of water make. So if you read a book like Malcolm Gladwell's Tipping Point, that's what it means. You put a bucket of water, a leaking tap, just leave it there. Come back in 3 hours. It will overflow. Just one drop at a time. Keep dropping it. And when people see you, they'll feel you. They will not say you get them. Not your uncle. What are you looking for your uncle? He has lived his life. At best, ask him what his legacy is. Many of them don't have because they are contractors. Many. They don't have content. They are if they do, most of them in National Assembly are contractors. If they do, they would any right-thinking leader see what the people are going through and then allow it continue? What is in it that I married? My wife is from Edo. What stops her from being from Akwa Ibom? Nothing. But these same men have girlfriends and their sons are marrying other places and they are doing grigba, American. Legacy. Legacy is something that will outlive you. Are you thinking? Your legacy can be derived from a convergence of 4 primary elements. Number 1, what you love. And I'm going to show you the source. It's very simple. I'll link you to the source. And you don't understand that, so this is, Mizido. I didn't finish that gist because I don't want you to be able to blow your minds. You want to hear the gist? Okay. When we came back, they now said, so when are you going to join? I said, join where? I said, to know you're serious, give me a sign-on bonus. They said, sign-on bonus? How much? I mentioned the figure. They said, okay, give us your account number. Pam. Do you know how much I asked for? This was then, tax people, I'm saying then, I can still show them the evidence. Standard Chartered Bank, then, I said, sign-on bonus of $100,000. And they paid 15.7 into my account. They said, how's that? For starters, we are serious. I said, okay, bring in the contract. And I signed. I became MD of Samsung. Did I get it because my father is a minister, or my uncle, or my pastor? I got it by the grace of God and the fact that I'd invested in myself. What they saw, they were ready to buy it. Can anybody hear you, see you, and want to buy? It's called value. Content brings value. If you don't have it, you are in the process now. Mess it up, you've messed your future. Don't see, I dare most people, I can account for every single property I have. In my mind as a little boy, little here can be your age. I always dreamt that I wanted to drive certain cars. At some point, I started loving G-Wagon. I love Mercedes because of my wife. My wife loves Mercedes. So I bought her a V-Boot. I didn't buy myself Mercedes. If you want to live long, make sure your wife is happy. I'm telling the men. Just make your wife happy, you will live long. If you deny her the privilege, number 1, she won't pray for you. Number 2, she will put pepper, the soup. But if she's happy, everything will move smoothly. When I was coming this morning, my wife said, all the best, my dear, all the best. Even that one said, reach me. And she gave me her car, which is our car. Okay? She gave me her car and said, okay, and gave me her driver. If not, I'm in for drive home. She see the benefits of being a good man or a good husband. But seriously, don't joke with your wives when you get married. You can joke with your husbands. I know the kind of joke you wait, I didn't finish, and I done the clap. The kind of joke where you go take joke with them. When you tell man, say, if you want to catch a man, just tell him, okay. I've been asked to keep it as a secret of men. Don't worry. You want to bam bam? You want to chill with the big boys? We don't want to run kitty kitty. We don't want to run kata kata. So let us leave matter for Matthias. When we reach that bridge, we will cross them. And if you don't have, give me a call. You know, New Edition sang a track those days, Mr. Telephone Man. Mr. Telephone Man, is something wrong with my line? When I dial my baby's number, there's a click in return. Dial my number then, and I'll tell you what to do. By the grace of God, that is trusting God that our lives will be well spent. The second thing that you need is what the world needs. Write these things down. What the world needs becomes your mission. You now sit down and say what you're good at, your profession. So if you're a speaker, speak well. If you're a comedian, comedy well. That musician that sang Mr. Governor, govern well. But that's not a profession. It's a vocation. That's a mistake between our politicians. They don't know the difference. That's why I said most of them get degree, but they don't have pedigree. You can have a degree, but you won't have pedigree. I'm telling you the truth. And I'm not afraid to say what I'm saying because I'm not owing any one of them. There's nothing any of them can do for me to change my life. None. Many years ago, my friend, no, not my friend. He's my friend, but context I want to put it. 2017, I went back home to Akwa Ibom. With Pastor Moino, we called all the youths to Eket. There were about 600. Udom Emmanuel, who's the current governor, is a friend of mine, went in and we had what we called Ignite. Because in Akwa Ibom, the only industry is politics. And I went before them and I said, like I'm going to stand on the stage. And I told them, I said, look at me. I'm from Ikorakbene. My parents are from Ikorakbene. I'm homegrown, homebred, home buttered. But you call me a Lagos boy, it's okay. Do you see anything politics in this thing? I said, there's no way I can't get to. The governor and I were friends, are friends. We met many times. Ask him. We meet in the plane when he was executive director of Zenith Bank, first class, Emirates. He's in his own counter, I'm in my own counter. When we come down, we say, Adode. Before he became governor, he didn't become governor because a politician. He's an expert, he's a professional. Follow these guys and they keep giving you money, none of you go anywhere. Because you don't have anything to offer, your content is missing. As long as you don't have content, you can't be contented. Godliness and contentment is great game. That's what reproduces. I left the stage, my first session like this, and I stepped out. Guess what happened? It was the NTA, I can't remember, whether it was NTA or AKBCU. Apparently, I didn't realize that the governor had given Akwa Ibom Broadcasting Corporation to take on, just like we are now, going live. That's why I fear all these camera things. You don't even know where it's getting to. But I won't say anything I won't lie. I didn't know the governor had given them, and it was running live. So I finished and I went, they did a live interview. Michael, you won't believe it. I finished the interview, I was just stepping back. And I saw all of them trooping out. And I said, where are you going? What happened? They said, oh man, that stupid man. I said, cool down. I called one of them, what happened? Apparently, an aide, one of the senior officers in government, who was supposed to come and take the session after me, went in there and was talking all the gibberish. All the youths got up and told him to hell, and they walked out. The governor fired him that night. Yes, that's what Pastor Werner told me that night. You know why? He said, you don't go after a man like Idorien and go there and go and be yakking. You spend, the guy didn't have anything to offer. He was going there to speak propaganda, politicking, and they got angry. I pray that some of you will get angry in the spirit and do something different with your life after you hear me. So it's not about anything that you can't do. It's within your control. But if you don't know, you don't know. The last one What you can get paid for now is your vocation. Today, I have a radio program. It's a vocation. Mentoring and coaching. I'm an executive coach. It's a vocation. But as a professional, I'm an economist. I'm a marketer. It's God's grace that I'm sitting now as president and chairman of the governing council of the Institute of Marketing. So that tells you I'm a marketing professional. That tells you also that I can latch on to other professions because I have certification, which is what is required. But I tell you, I'm not just a local whatever. I'm also global. So as a coach, I'm not a local coach. I'm also a global coach with Insights and Liberating Leadership UK. Do you understand? So when you look at this, I say, what do you love? What you love, what the world needs becomes your mission. So every one of you that is talking about being an entrepreneur, does the world need what you want to do? If they don't have a need for it, you are dead on arrival. If you are going there because of money, you are dead on arrival. If you are going there because of Kekemarua, you're already dead. Why? Because your Keke can only carry 2 passengers. And God bless you, now carry a man that's twice my size. You first carry the tire to one side. You tell and say, Baba, you will pay double the sale for where? Going sharing. But this is the interesting part about it. Your legacy will bring fulfillment, happiness, and make you live longer. You see this word? Ikigai. I'm going to introduce you to this word. Ikigai. It's a Japanese word. I'm going to start running now because I've delivered half of my message. This other half, Tileni. But let me give you some background. You can Google this place called Okinawa. That could be a spot in Nigeria if we live right. Okinawa is in Japan. It's an archipelago. Go check what that meaning of that word is. I can't be teaching you everything. That's why you're students. It sits 360 miles off the coast of Japan. There are over 750,000 proven centenarians. Who's a centenarian? If you are sure, raise your hand. Won't follow masses. Yes, sir. 1 over 100 years. Come and meet me. You're my first winner. I'll give you my book. Well, not today. Don't worry. When we finish now. Look, are you in the room? The man that brought Iwada. Pencil boy. I'm a full. That's my chief executive. If I don't take care of him, I will go straight. JJ, we left him very early. I said, look on. Jawabi ko timara kio. Otijan. Onoga abashin bunje wasa. Lani kamalo. Money. Okay. Look for where we will enter. We enter here. They don't have food. They enter the next one. Why was I bothered about giving him food? Because koko embale. Ibitan law taji. But it's a nature. It's a way of life. He's standing there. Lekon is our chauffeur. He's been with us for some years. But I'll tell you, friends, I'm coming there because a legacy-driven life is what matters. I've had, by the grace of God, so many security operatives that have lived with us. But I can tell you that there are 4 graduates amongst them. And there are 2 undergraduates right now. Funny enough, one was in my office. Michael is in Benue. And then Johnson is at home. Asu, Johnson came back. It was my security operative. But we now sent them back to school. They are now in school. So when they both graduate, they will be the 6th set of graduates that have gone through that house, outside of others. And there are young men that I've met that are sitting today that are under a scholarship. I'm not saying all of that to make you feel, but I'm telling you that is what life is about. It's not about me, myself, and I. Last year, we turned 40 years. We left school, Baptist Academy. And we had my set, a 7681 set, the best set that the school has ever produced. But we have all kinds of characters there. Great guys, SANs, bank executives, crazy guys like me, but we're one spirit, we're one heart. I tell you, all for one, one for all. We all met, brought our wives. While we were celebrating, I came outside. I didn't know that. I came outside to see Lekwan. Normally, I came out and I saw him. He moved towards me and I said, "Have you shot the phone?" He said, "No." I said, "Follow me." Behind him, I had a retinue of guys. I said, Orota and some abi look on He said Orota and some that they were saying, they are hungry. He now told them, he said, "Is Oga Madam there? Very soon they will soon come out to come and ask him, has he eaten?" So I came through when he just said it. And the minute he said it and he was coming to me, the rest followed him. So I now started telling him, "Tribe then bakery." He said, "Oga." I said, "Come." I now moved to the woman, the caterer. I said, "Madam, I beg you see these guys, they're priority." He said, "Sir, I can't serve." I said, "Ish." I said, "Listen, you see all the guys inside there? They are goners if these guys are not eating." I said, "Don't tell me. You don't know me. Oh. Sorry, I'm not part of the executive. I'm just one of the boys sweeping the floor that they sent. My Oga sent me to come and tell you." She looked at me and said, "Okay, sir." Well, I said, "All of them. You people file." They ate. I went inside. Do you know when we finished the ceremony? We came out. 4 or 5 of them came to me and said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." I was wondering, my guy now said to me, "Oh, Remy, our guys in here." But we got into the car. He now told me the real story. One of my friends his wife had a 50th birthday. Could it be 2 weeks ago? Maybe. Went to VGC. Do you know we got there? People sat down and they were greeting me. They were greeting me. They all got up and they were greeting me. I said, "Hey, how are you now?" He said, "Okay, morning." Those were some of the drivers of that day. I didn't recognize them, but they knew me. That is what wealth is. Wealth is not money you keep in your pocket. Wealth is extending goodness to another man or woman. That is legacy. But you see your generation, I chop that party in a day. Hey. Where you dance? Which kind of dance you want dance where we never dance? I dance drum player. But where you carry me go? Age. When you come na kumakunu kumaga, we dance all. We do break dance. We waka. You go reach electric bugado. We do all this chiki chaka chaka. You go reach one stage. You go see say you know go fit carry one leg. Age. What goes around comes around. Japanese 750,000 living over 100 years. Why? You'll soon find out. The highest life and health expectancy in the world. And you find them healthy. You ask yourself, why? This is why. Because of Ikigai. Ikigai is a reason for being. Ikigai is a sense of purpose. Is that intersection. You see what you love is your passion. What the world needs is your mission. What you can get paid for is your vocation, and what you are good at is your profession. But each one comes with its own setback at some point. You can get to a place, you see, in between that intersection of all 4, that is your Ikigai. That is the reason for being. So if you are going to set a goal in life, this 4 must be complete. 3/4 does not cut it. 2/4, forget it. 1/4, you are not existing. Because a lot of young people are saying, "I have passion for music," and you die with music. But it's not is that what the world needs? Is that what you're good at? Maybe. But can you get paid for now? And by the way, passion is like electricity. It can electrocute and it can also power. So when I see young men saying, "I'm exhibiting my passion," you take it to an extreme. Just like, can you see power now? But this thing is up. Lights are on here. Electricity is flowing. Go and touch it. That's how passion is. It can electrify. When it gets excessive, it electrocutes. This, my friends, if nothing else you're going to take away from today, I didn't know about this, but God knows, and I say it before God who will judge the living and the dead, that I was living my life, especially with my parents and the way my dad, my mom. I tell people that I'm a product of love. My aunties, all, and my mother have seen women. That's why they don't need International Women's Day. For someone like me, I'm a product of love. My aunties, my mother, my grandmother showered me with so much love that it's impossible for me to hate. Impossible. I started building. But you must be careful. In that vocation that you've chosen, there will be excitement and complacency and a sense of uncertainty, because many of us, like politicians, they don't know that being in the house is a vocation. Say, I'm a politician, it's a profession. Show me where it will get you to. If you are not stealing, if they substitute it for what it is as service, none of them will sit there. Nobody will become a dancing, say he wants to dance into the place. I'm sorry for you. If you are from there, he will just dance in because there's nothing here. Even if he goes and his pastor lays hands, his empty hand on empty head, coconut. Progress. But I want to tell you that there's something called predictable progress. You can predict progress. You can predict outcomes. Because you say to yourself, the passion I have for music, the passion I have to write, I am going to build on it. So I'm studying music because I want to be a great composer. It becomes what you're good at. It becomes your profession. Don't stop there. There will be an association of music lovers. You go in there, associate with them, and you sit down and they know you. You are all professionals. Ethical conduct. They are able to tell you, you cannot sing Jaja Juju, Jaja Juju, Jojo Jojo. They are trying to help you, correct you well. But when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. That's why you find some people all over the place, because they are not subjecting themselves to discipline. And then you move to a vocation, and then let it be what the world needs. That intersection, my dear friends, you can't miss it. You'll be successful in life. There is nothing, because in here, God is written all the way through. What the world needs will be in the heartbeat of God. The skill, the ability, like he gave to those boys. Your parents have done so much, they've worked so much, you become the Bezalel, because it's God that will implant it in you. It's not, when you say you have anything, you are dead on arrival, because he's the one that gives, both to do and to will, according to his what? His good pleasures. So there's nothing. I don't know why people pride themselves in Kiloni. Cars don't bother me again. I've driven all the cars I want to drive in my life that I loved. I'm telling you the truth. Me, I don't do past myself. Anything now is Jara. Because at some point I said, I love the Mercedes series. The only Mercedes I didn't buy probably will be 190 and C-Class. I never liked C-Class. And S-Class is for old men. That's the mentality we've always carried. But any other thing, whether it's E, whether it's G-Wagon, whether it's Formatic, at the time, I had the Formatic in my compound. I bought a G-Wagon. My wife did not allow me to buy G-Wagon for years. Until finally, I did her like this. She said, okay. Why? Because, sometimes it's just good. Can I tell you another secret? This one is my son that told me that his boss told him. And I agreed with him because I used to use that formula. Should I tell you? See, if it's every time you're waiting for your wife to approve, you won't go. It's every time. If it's every time you're waiting for madam to say, okay, you won't do it to approve. So sometimes just do it and come back. It's easy to ask for forgiveness. Then when I go approach the throne, they will tell you bribery and corruption. I say, hey. But you don't do it. So I did it. Then one of my friends came to my house and saw the cars. I mean, it didn't mean anything. I had my official car, BMW 535i. The second one for my wife, Honda was there. I had my Land Cruiser. I can keep naming them. And the other Mercedes, the G-Wagon was there, the Formatic was there. My friend just looked at it and said, What? This is your car. What did you take and do? Sell and give me now. I said, it's okay. I said they should give him key. I give him key. He said, just like that. I said, oh, so you know me now? Keep my key. But that was it. And he said, I said, how much do you want to pay for it? He gave me a figure. I said, it's okay. He's my neighbor. Lives some 500 meters, well, maybe 200 meters from my house. And that's how he drove out the Formatic some years back. And this is just like that. This will be like 7 or 8 years ago. Why? Because they are just tools. My son, another example, because I'm telling you that materialistic things, they are tools. When you see them as tools, your mindset will change. My son loved driving one of the cars, the Honda, of course. That was his own. And then that day, just the two of us at home, and the G-Wagon was at the back, and the car he likes driving is in front. He came and said, Daddy. I said, yeah. He said, do you mind to move your car? I said, are you okay? Don't you know how to drive? He said, you know I don't touch your cars. I said, you will touch her. Because it's not able. I didn't use medicine to do the thing. You must touch. I said, then you don't want to go out. So in babe, the color, they wait for our supermarket. He didn't get to go. There was nothing he didn't tell me. I now said to him, check the car, go. He said that I'm just going to the supermarket. I said, to buy what? I said, oh, you are meeting somebody there. He said, something like that. I said, you know, say with a throw stone, where monkey go come out, you go say, ow, ow. The person with the sound therefore don't hear. He will come out. But let me cut through that change. And I want to, everything I say is for a lesson. He didn't know where I was coming from. I told him, take the car. He took the car, sir. He was driving it gently. He said he got to the supermarket, the what do you call them? Security guys packed him and they saw this young boy coming out. Of course, they will say, nah, that's not his business. It's my business. When he came back, he said, Dad, I drove that car as if my life depended on it. I said, that's accountability. I said, I gave it to you for accountability, to teach you accountability. When you're driving the other car, you just think, but with this one, you're more careful. From that day, I broke the jinx and he could drive any car in the house because he now understood the principle of accountability. When you take anything that is not your own, even if it belongs to our common patrimony, treat it well, like it's yours, like you own it. Don't bastardize it. That's what the guy does. But many throw it away. Many don't understand the essence of it. So big question for you, my distinguished friends. What is your reason for getting up in the morning? God will give life. God has given us life. Yes, God is a constant. So what else makes you wake up and feel fulfilled, sir? Is it the money in your account? I laugh in English. Is it the houses that you have built or your father has built that they are hoping? I stammer in Yoruba. What is the reason? A fool said in his heart, there is no God. Because he has not gone to Kilimanjaro to see, or even Zuma Rock. What is the reason? These are questions you'll be answering. But I'm sure you won't sleep well tonight. Because you'll be asking yourself, if except you don't have a heart, except you don't have a conscience. Another question is, have you identified a destination? When you were coming here, did you just enter any bus or you had a destination in mind? So where are you heading in your life? Have you planned a certain destination? Do you enter a bus and you begin to say, okay, where are you going? Where are you going? I'll follow you. Many of you are like that. Many of you are like that. You are in school, you just follow. You just follow. On Instagram, you are just following. And many of them are posing behind things that don't exist and tell you that they are living large. They are dead large. Fake, false, leave it. If you don't have a destination, Satan will give you work to do. And it can come through anybody. These are hard questions. So, with all I've said, is building a legacy important? And will it be important for you? That's all that matters to me. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I wish my son was not working, but if I get a link, I'll send to him. Every time I have a privilege of sharing, he's even tired of me. He himself has his own legacy. He's working. So, I mean, God has been fair, kind, great to us as a family, and I'm grateful. Because if I start talking about my son, you probably think, oh, because it's your son. But it's just God that has helped. He's such an amazing guy, amazing young man. My father used to say to me, the son that, when my father sees me, you say, Idorian, the son that makes the father's heart glad. I didn't know it was scriptural until when I found out. And anytime I see my son, I say, Kanimo, you are truly the son that makes the father's heart glad. He's a son in whom I'm well pleased. Well pleased. My son will look at me and say to me, Dad, have you written your will? I'm not talking about it for myself, but it's responsibility, Dad. That's what you taught me. I taught my son at the age of 5, 6 about net present value. That 1 naira today, it's not the same as tomorrow. We were talking about this 3 weeks ago, and I laughed. I told him I shared it somewhere. Okay, I shared it on radio when I was teaching about interest rates, compound interest rates on radio. I said, I would ask my son, I would just say I'm broke. He said, Dad, don't say you're broke, you're short of cash. I said, yeah, that's true. He said, I need a loan. He said, how badly do you need it? I said, like badly. He said, no. He said, okay. He said, I'll charge you, it's 10%. He said, by the way, how much do you want? I said, like 10,000. Do you know what I was premising that on? I know they've been giving him some money. I want to check if he has who. That's my own way of checking. So he tell me, Dad, name the figure. I say, okay, like 15K. He will just say, okay, deal. 10%. When are you paying back? I'll say, give me like 1 week. He said, fine. So 1 week from today is what? Let me look at it. He will tell me 17th. From the 18th, you don't pay. For every day, there's a charge, like some 500 naira. I said, okay, let's do it. Pam, he'll give me the money. He'll go and bring the money, squeeze notes, and he'll give them to me. I'll collect them, and I'll use it to buy fuel. Then I'll deliberately go over. He won't remind me. Then when he will come on the 18th and say, Dad, yesterday ended last night. You know you like saying that. So I'm telling you, as of yesterday, the 15K is now 15.5. But it's okay. I'm not doing anything. Tomorrow, 16, the day after, yes, 20. But I tell you, it was at the age of 7, 8. He went to Green Springs. He was at Green Springs. He was what do you call head boy, primary. He was head boy, secondary. And he graduated. He had 8 A stars and 1 A. And he's gone through everything called education. He's working. Now, if I go visit my son, he will look at me, say, Dad, oh, no, don't worry. We're taking a cab here. We'll go this restaurant. Then you finish. The night before I go, you say, Dad, so let's settle accounts. I say, how much is my bill? What is the damage? He said, okay, let's say like 1,500 naira. Just like that, 3 days. He said, you have to round it off now. You're a big man now. What is it? But the principles I taught him at single digits is over double digits now. What have you been taught? And what are you using? See, the parents have taught us so many things, but we allow moths called our peers, peer pressure, who steal it because you want to belong. That's why I said you want to bam bam, you want to chill. There's no time. I will come show you how this Akwa Ibom boy, as early as 2003, they enter PJ, no be pajamas, you know. And when I'm going with my Oga, I was chief of staff at Coke with my boss. If we're going for a market visit, I would just call King's Airlines. I'll tell my PA, wheels up tomorrow 12. We're leaving tomorrow. Want to go to Kano, want to go on a tour of different plants of MBC in Nigeria. We'll pick up the MD of MBC and we'll go. Sometimes we want to go to Liberia, all the other markets in Ghana. If you're my friend, then I say, well, what did they do? Say, nothing, I come now. You carry your passport, come. Meet me at the hangar. 8-seater plane, 3 of us. Then our 2 of my friends will come. They'll go to Ghana, do their business. Whatever they are doing, oh boy, we are coming back and we'll drop and we'll pick them up. That was 2003. So if someone like me becomes governor, I want to read more money. Nothing. It's because they don't have legacy. If they look at their children not being in school, they will fix education. If their mothers are falling ill and they can't go abroad, they will fix health because they are not legacy minded. You guys are tomorrow's leaders and politicians, parliamentarians, executives, judiciary. If you've heard all of this and you don't do it, happy are you? So what is a legacy-driven life? It's about you. It's about your family. It's about your career. It's about your community, and it's about others. This is what goal setting is all about. You are thinking I'll come and give you theory? This is it. You are hearing what will make you tick in the world. My very senior colleague at L'Oreal said, come and show me where your village is in Paris. I said, I come from Ikorakpene. He had to take Google Map. And this tiny little boy, this dot, he said, wow, I can't even figure it out. I said, you can't? I said, yeah, that's where I'm from. And I'm proud of it. How can an Ikorakpene boy go and sit atop a corporation like that? Is it possible? Yes, all things are possible. So if you are there and you're thinking you are the son of a nobody, then you don't have a body. Because if you have a body, you throw away the no and turn it to on, O-N. You reverse it and say, I'm on. I'm somebody. And I'm going, I'm a miracle going somewhere to happen. This is, I'm standing before you, I'm telling you what is possible. I'll soon be landing this craft. Are you guys tired? Am I boring you? It's time to exercise leadership in all frontiers and facets of your life. Everything you've heard from me, and I'm going to stop very soon. Your career, your community, your family, and your workplace. These are the domains where you exercise leadership. They are the domains. You know how footballers, if you're a footballer, you'll understand me, especially if you're a defender or an attacker. When your guy is coming and you need to shield, if you play basketball, you'll understand me. Those are my sports. You need to shield yourself. That's why elbow is very necessary. You know, these are the things you need to shield. They're around you. Exercise it. What does leadership mean? It means being a leader of self, first of all. Self-leadership. When you become a leader of self, good leader of self, discipline makes you a disciple of something. When you're a good self-leader, you become a leader of others. When you become a leader of others, based on your discipline and all the things you have, you start having followers. And after that, they will see you and they will watch you and say, I want to be like you. Yes, let's go. After that, leaders will emerge from them. You won't always want to be the kingmaker and be a leader. No, it's not possible because you will come through. Then you become a leader of leaders. So when you become a leader of leaders, at that stage, you're sitting over a domain, and that's where the influence factor raises to 1,000%. That's what matters, friends. This is it. All frontiers of your life. But I must let you know that in life, there are crossroads. We are always at a crossroad. Why? Because there are tides. Arason, atẹ́gùn fẹ́, ìjì jà kò gbé wa lọ, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Oh yeah. But what is important? Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. It's thriving through the tides. It's not going to be all rosy, friends. Whether it's marriage, in family, whether it's having a crazy boss, whether it is even in your workplace, somebody is doing jiggy, underhanded corruption, and you say, if you don't join, walk away. If you don't walk away, you become history. It's about thriving through those tides. I hope these images will stay in your head and you'll remember what I'm saying. But you can, once you are relentless and you focus on the results, you won't fail. Results. Nobody rewards effort. They reward results. So stop being entitled. Daddy, but I've done it all morning, all night, so where's the result? As you are finishing now, don't carry result home. If you have a father like my own, he will pursue you with cane from beginning of the close to the end of the close. Focus on results. You see that tiger in there, striving. There is uncertainty to everybody, including the animals. There are moments they can't see food to eat, so they have to go and hide. Let one stray bullet come, can be so that they can leave. Know when to hide, know when to run, and know when to go, and know where to hide, know where to go, otherwise. But it takes something else. It takes resilience. You see, a lot of people live here. I don't live in survival mode. By the grace of God, even if a loaf of bread is 1,000 naira, I'll pray to God, I want to own the bakery. Not people are crying now, diesel. Yeah, it's tough. I sent, Lekon went to buy diesel 2 weeks ago, 220 liters, 410. He came back, he said, okay, 440. The next thing was 450. On Friday, he bought 450. And I now said, wait, we had a power shutdown in Ogudu. It was so bad. So we're loafing out 220 liters every 3 days. Or 225. Abi? Look, how many liters? 220. Thank you. Now me they pay. I know how the thing they do me for body. So I know go if you no pay, you know go know. Many politicians will come here, ask them their consumption in their house. They don't know. Because it's free. Ask me, I will know, because I'm paying for it. It's government, it's your tax they are using. That is where it starts from. When they come for campaign, Oga, how many liters do you consume of diesel in your house? You will see they can't answer. How many liters would your car carry? They don't know because it's free. That's the kind of person that will now become your governor. Why wouldn't you go? These guys they are characters. Let me just leave them. I will face them whenever we see. It's true. I face them. They know. Like my friend Fireme was here, ID. I'm about to land now because this is the part I want to give to you. Michael, I know 3 minutes time. Just give me 5 minutes more. I want to land on one note that I hope you will all leave here. Now it's action time, where you turn all of this. Perhaps some of you might have a little nudge that there's a vision, there's something lit in my heart, a little bit. I want to show you how you can turn that into action. But it depends on 3 things. It's called JDI, judgment, drive, influence. You must possess these 3 things. What are the things under judgment? The first one, don't run away from analytics. You must be ready to analyze with rigor. You must be ready to spot issues. You must be able to frame those issues so that you will make a balanced decision. You don't make a faulty decision simply because you're just doing jaga jaga. No. Analyze, spot, frame, decide. Decision-making and balanced judgment is between the head and the heart. Let me tell you something about life. Life is a combination of 3 H's. Letter H. The head, the heart, and the hand. Please be a 3/3 person. Be able to use your head, use your heart, and use your hands. If you are 1/3, somebody will leverage the other 2. So if it's the only thing that is working is your hand, yes, but know that you don't have somebody will be thinking for you because you're not learned and you may not have a heart. That's why they become terrorists, because they only know one thing. But if you are 3/3, you can occupy any zone at any point in time. And when you take decisions, they'll be real. Drive. It's always about a personal initiative. It's about you. It's about self-assurance, but the result is high performance. You will see you tower others. You'll be result-oriented. You will act and have impact. You see, many of us have intent, but we don't have any impact. I intend building. I intend at the intensity. That's it. Many people are intense, but they are not impactful. You must have impact. Then you come with influence. Influence is about self-awareness. It's about getting things done. It's about great interpersonal skills. I wanted to join the military, and I love the military because it's about dignity. It's about passion. I love the military because of strategy. I love the military because of discipline. I love the military because of so many things. I wish my mother allowed me, but God has put me in a place where he wants me to be. But I tell you, if you think like a soldier, like this young man here, a cadet, influence factor will be very high. So with JDI, this is one of these things you will sustain yourself with. There will be a business you'll step into. You'll make the right call. If you go into any business as an entrepreneur, the business, you'll make the right call. You'll have commitment. You would have seen the mission because it's what the world needs. You would have intensified some values. They will see you live it, integrity, because you're living it. This is like a living thing. The values will show. Your ambition will come through, where you are headed, your followers, your staff. But you must break all with a strategy. Without a strategy, it can't work. You must have a strategy, the how. How do you get there? If you don't fix the how, you can't get there. So whatever you do, there must be a how. Ask, fix the how, and then you'll be able to fix the body. That's what we call planning. Please, I beg you by the mercies of God, plan. I swear to God, no day there. What you come meet, you go meet you there. This is what makes the difference. There will be permutations. I'm not talking palm 3 from 4 equals to. I'm not talking about Baba Jebu. I'm telling you that in life, there are situations and scenarios. It's called scenario planning. What if this happens? This is what I will do. And once you get there, you can't do it alone. You can't know it alone. And so we collaborate. You'll hear that in a lot of ways as you go up as a leader. Collaboration is the new gold. It's a new fetish. It's a new anything you want to call it. It's collaboration, partnership, strategic partnership. Not just husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend. That's partnership. Me and you, partnership. But make sure your head is thinking. When you do all of this, you'll have mastery. There's still so much I don't know. But the one I know, I know. And when I sit down there, I sit down, come meet me, tell me, say, okay, I can't do this one for me, I'll give you bill. You can ask me to come and iron for you, I go iron, but I will give you bill. And you go pay. But the one way I don't know, I'll go beg you. And I go say, I beg, may you do one for me. But if you don't have mastery, I'll go to the next man. That's why you need to know what you love and what you're good at. Please don't joke with your education. If you're in the process, you love sewing, it becomes your vocation. That's what you get paid now for. But it doesn't mean it's your profession. Follow your law, follow your engineering, but you can still pick up entrepreneurial. You call it side hustle, okay? But don't hustle and bustle. But it's all about strategy. I'm not going to bore you with this, but I'm just going to say this is what makes a good strategy. Like a doctor, please do some diagnosis. A check here. Any policy, ethics will bring coherent action. I won't bore you with all these ones, but I want to tell you where you should be. Many of you would ignore what I've said completely or what is being said. Some will listen and observe but do nothing in this room. Some who are not listening, but will keep doing something. They are pressing their phones, chatting. Now we are there. When you come meet me, I go test you, you know go pass. But please, listen. I hope you have. Observe, take action, then keep repeating. This is what it's going to tell you about those that are there. This is the only assignment I'm giving you people. If you take this assignment alongside with all the things that Oga Michael will give you people, because I know that Enactus is rich. It's rich with knowledge. It's paved with understanding. Because without being, if you're not a son of Issachar, you can't understand the times. You are being prepared. I wasn't prepared, but I was prepped by my parents. Life will prepare you through experiences. One road will lead to another, and then you get to a crossroad. What do you do? But this is where you now talk about goal setting. When you leave here, whenever you can answer, this is where you need a mentor. Thank you so much, faculty advisors. Thank you for being great mentors. You know, I have great men who sit and have mentored me and are still mentoring me. I'm a product of two fathers, a biological father and my spiritual father. My father is still alive. He turned 87 on the 2nd of March. My mom will be 80 by God's grace in June. And with long life, will they be satisfied? And God will show them. And I'm going to outrun, wherever they stop is where me I will overtake. I keep telling my father, I said, boy, go further. But I say, bros, I don't want to reach 100. I say, if I reach 90, I say, here I come, here I come. So in a way, I'm not telling my father to go at 90, but I'm telling him, bros, I don't get money to take burial. Your day, as long as, but money when they take burial, then it's safer. But I'm asking you to try and get a coach or a mentor. A coach will help you move from point A to point B. Very different from a mentor. But a mentor will tell you, I've walked through this pathway. This is how to go. This is where to go. When you get all of these people, then you're good. This is how to choose a mentor. Otherwise, your mentor will become your tormentor. But when you can just anybody, you're a mentor, becomes your tormentor. Now you know. This one is very simple. What makes that person important to you? Simple, that's all. But when you do this, I'm good. My last question is coming back to where I started from. What do you love? What are you good at? What does the world need? And what can you get paid for now? Or using your language, that could really transform into your hustle. Friends, if you do this, then you have nothing to bother about. Thank you so much for Michael. Thank you. Raphael, thank you. And Actors team, thank you for having me. I'm so grateful. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, guys, you can do better than that. So now I'm jealous. Now I'm jealous. I have been with these people for years. I've been here since the last 3 days now. In fact, I orchestrated all of this, but I've not gotten this kind of ovation before. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. And you can see we all appreciate it. We all appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I'll just quickly share. I know that we fast spent our time, but I couldn't stop him. Yeah. I'm sure that if I had made an attempt to stop him, you would have fought me, right? So I couldn't stop him. There was so much to be transferred, and I'm happy that he was able to transfer all of that. And we are so blessed to have had you. Thank you again. You see, one of his last slides was find a mentor. He has been mentoring me for a while, but he didn't even know, because I'm one of those who observe him from a distance, right? So I just wanted you to know that as well. And that's why when we were putting this together and we made a list of people to invite, his name was part of the list. And eventually we made it here. Thank you. Again, if you paid attention very well, you will see that most of the things he talked about are in line with most of the things we've been talking about all along, right? So, but this, I believe, drives home the point better. So put your hands together again for IDNM. So at this point, I would like to, as a token of our appreciation for your efforts, your time, would like to present something quickly before we take any question. I'm sure they have questions, so we'll create space for just 5 questions. Yeah. So there's no point opening it. No, it's all right. It's okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you on behalf of all these students and the ones at home. Yeah. Yeah. Did we have the photographer take this? Where is he? Ah, you're still sitting down there.
No, it was
okay.
okay. So
yes. Okay, we should repeat it.
We'll repeat it now. This is Nollywood revised.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Come.
So we'll quickly take 5 questions before we file out. Raphael. So identify the 5 people.
So the first 5 hands, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come out, please. Did I select you? Did I select you? All right. I believe you have your questions clearly written. Great. Okay, so you go first.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this session. It was really awesome and it has changed my life. Okay, sir, I want to ask for situations where the environment you come from did not give you the chance to, has already battered everything. How do you get back in line to move forward? Thank you, sir.
Should we take all the 5 questions? Great.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Favor Mustafa. Thank you very much for the session. Now, my question is this: how can I correlate my legacy, my personal legacy, with my family or community goals and, let's say, targets when they are not so, when they are somewhat different? Like what the family and community wants me to do somehow is different from what I really want to do, or what the community needs, so to say, what they think they need is different from what I really want to do. Thank you very much. Once again, I am Favor Mustafa.
Thank you very much, Favor Mustafa.
Okay, good day everyone. I'm Adebanjo Olukore Deborah, and here is my question. What do you advise people who stutter? They don't know what they want. They don't have a niche. Okay, for example, after listening to him, they can see, okay, he studied economics. Some people go back home. Maybe I should go for economics now. Looks like there's money there or something. They don't know what they want. Okay, maybe they see somebody is making it in this line. I think I should go for this. They don't have a niche. They don't have a focus. They don't have direction. They're just going left and right. So what advice do you give to those set of people? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. My name is Adenaga Testimony. I think the session actually answered some questions, but this is my question. What if you're coming from this environment that does not really give you what you need? Yes, sir, you told us that it does not matter where we are coming from. But the question is this: what if you're studying a course? For example, you're studying, I don't know an example. Maybe you're studying agriculture. Your vocation is maybe you're a fashion designer. But when you look at what you love, not your vocation, what you want to be your profession, you see yourself loving marketing. And there is, you believe you just have it in you, but there is nobody around you that is motivating you to do it. It's just there inside of you. How can you study professionally to get to that top level to be a global marketer? Like, how can you get that? Thank you.
Good day, sir. Good day, everyone. My name is Samuel. My question is, okay, recently I've been looking into goal setting for some time, and I recently listened to a podcast about unrealistic goal setting. So for example, you want to set a goal about something in the next 5 years, and you are setting something that you yourself is beyond you. So how do you go about doing something like that? And you already have a plan in motion, but everything isn't coming together at once. Everything you plan, sometimes things go sideways and this thing. And I think my other question is, how do you meet, okay, you have people that you want to mentor you, for example. How do you get in contact with them? Like I was reading this book recently, this thing, 4 hours work week, where it's not 4 hour work week. Well, the book was talking about meeting people out there. Like you have this person top of this league in this thing. How do you approach people like that? Is it you send them a mail or something? And what if they don't reply you and all those kind of things? How do you handle such situations?
Thank you. So I'll hand it over now to our guests.
Someone sat by a pool and said, I have no man that will carry me. That's why I've not moved. Stay there. There is nothing like innate ambition. You were born for a reason. You have 2 legs, you have 2 hands, you have a complete body. Just move. Do you know why I say move? Because it's a battle of the mind. Friends, when I tell you I come from Akwa Ibom, I'm not saying it, I'm saying it for the reality to sink in. Do you know what it is for a Calabar boy to come all the way from Ikodakwane and come to Lagos and become managing director? You think it was a walk in the park? Hard work, sacrifice. My father wanted me to be a civil servant because that's, in those days, civil service guaranteed many things, security, job security. But I said one thing to my father. I said, it's either I'm in customs because I see customs men and a Roger. I was like you. I said, put me in customs or external affairs. I like traveling. My papa looked at me and said, thief. You know, he didn't say thief. He said, it's get away from here. He just laughed. But do you know what inspired my going to customs? We had a neighbor, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown lived in Satellite Town in Close 17. He had beautiful cars. That was the inspiration. It was the cars. It wasn't the job. Do you understand? So if you say you are from a family that does not have, Michael, can I say this? I want to share something with you guys. Whenever you don't speak up, you will die because nobody knows what you're going through. About a week ago, a very big friend of mine, I hope I will conceal his identity, he flew in from Singapore. And I sent him a text to say, when next time in Nigeria, let's share a meal or a drink. He asked me to meet him in his office. Do you know the charge I have now? He's on the board of a US, I think you and I would work on this as a project. This thing I'm saying, hold me on it so that we'll find a way to fix it. My goal is to let a lot of you make it in life. He said to me, I've tried the University of Lagos to get them. I need just one or two. I need a son of a driver, a son of a nobody that has graduated, and I'll take him to that university. He will get a job in the US, guaranteed, everything fixed. And after that, he can live his life. That's what I want to do. I define them for me. I have that mandate now. But hear me. But you disqualify yourself because you're a son of a nobody. Because you're dying in it and say, my father is a nobody. You won't prove yourself. So you disqualify yourself because I need someone that has passed. And you don't pass because your father is a nobody. You cannot go to school because you can't pay your fees. I met a boy in Domino's. He served me so well. Each time I go, he serves me so well. Each time I go, on our way now that I had to buy food for my Oga Lekon, he's here. I went into Chicken Republic because of Lekon, and I go I buy myself Coke, I know a lie. And I wax more meat pie. Lekon food na double. Lekon mokuro. I bought him fried rice and chicken, jollof rice and chicken, and mineral. I'm not kidding, he's here. Again, double money Lekon, kuba de yo alati deleo. Why would I do that? And I'll take a meat pie for myself and a drink. But I stepped in and it was a long queue. The manager, I don't know if it's the manager, it must be, was having a meeting. I just stepped in and I stood aside. You know what the guy did? He was trying to tell someone, attend to this man. I don't know why. But when you announce your presence, somebody will notice. There are spotters everywhere. Can you be spotted? But you deny yourself by disqualifying yourself. I stepped in and the man came to me and said, sir, I will serve you. He served everything, and I gave him a tip. I gave him 1,000 naira. It's not a lot of money, but I tell you, it's something. When I go to restaurants, I tip in such a way that if I go back there, you think I own the place. Why? Be a blessing to somebody. See, it's a mindset thing. Get out of it. You're a son of a nobody, you are somebody. Do you know what my father had to do to come to Lagos? Spend 60 years coming to Lagos. His father was a nobody, but he had to stand up, rise up from it. He wasn't waiting for someone to carry him. Then why can't you wash clothes? In the process of washing clothes, someone will ask you, the boy in Domino's, I never met him before. He has been serving well. I said, why are you still here? He said, because I can't go to school. I said, go get the admission and see me. He has just finished his first ND. He's taking his project, going to an ND. Another one, I met him at Golden Tulip many years ago. And the next thing, it's my namesake. I said to him, why are you doing this job? He said, oh, my mother can't even afford, so I'm trying to. I said, how much did they pay you? He said, 15,000. I said, when will you even go to school? Go and get the admission. He went to Unilag to get this 6-year thing that they do. Very expensive. And he started. He's a graduate now. He strolled into my office 3 days ago. They are sons and sons of nobodies, but they didn't keep quiet. They served, and someone noticed and said, I love what you are doing. But many of you, you don't serve well, you have attitude. Who will touch you? So check your attitude if nobody is helping you, because you are the problem. It's not where you come from or the parents. You are the problem. I don't listen to see, I'm the wrong person to ask that kind of question to. Lie. Favor Mustafa. Okay, if your conflict is in conflict with the others, then line up. See, Let me tell you something. Your legacy can be in conflict. You fundamentally, see, your bones cannot be in conflict. Your bones are your setting, they are your foundation. Legacy is something you keep, it's in your heart. You guard it with all diligence because the issues of life will come from there. Can never be in conflict. If your father wants you to, it's different from vocation. So don't mistake pig, elede, with what is your meat that is off season. No, what I think you're thinking is, my father wants me to be an architect, but I want to be. No, legacy can never be conflicted. Don't get it twisted. Settle down, have a sense of pride and where you want to be, and how you will be a blessing to humanity. That will be your legacy. It will outlive you. Anything that is in conflict means that you didn't even inflict it in the first place. There was nothing. All right? Adebanjo, what do you advise people who stutter? They should first check. Do you know about a disease called, not disease, an ailment, a condition, that's the word, called dyslexia. Some people are dyslexic. Yeah. There are a lot of actors. What is that female actor? Yeah, Richard Branson is. There are some top actors that have dyslexia. But today they are mighty oaks. One of our greatest presenters in Nigeria here is, but when you see him run all those Big Brother stuff, you don't know. And he will tell you. He will tell you, yeah, he said I am. So there's a method to the madness. There's something you need to do. Now, but you twisted it and said, they don't have a focus. What do I advise them to do? Be like a camera, have a focus. These things are very simple. Face front. Just face front. That's focus. As you go, some things will meet you. Some face front. When you look side, kilo nwakiri is only who goes to and fro. Looking for who to. Just face front. They are very simple. If you're studying chemistry, it does not mean you'll be a chemist. If not, you and Igbo boys will be struggling now. For chemistry, because you understand how protons, all of them work. It's for knowledge. But beyond that, you can be a tailor. Beyond that, you can be a marketer. There's so many skills are embedded in you. You can. So just focus, like a camera, an SLR. View a part, but you must have something in sight. Then just keep that focus on it. Testimonial testimony. What if you are coming from this environment that you give what you need, you are studying a course, what you love is marketing, nobody motivating. And David encouraged himself in the Lord. That's your answer. Samuel, on realistic goal, how do you go about doing something like that? Everything isn't going at once. Bros, that's why you have tomorrows. What you don't finish today, you carry to tomorrow. You don't, why are you in a hurry? What I tell my boys, that's why you see Suru, Lere. Why do you want to run faster than your time? Just line upon line. Honestly, I know your generation needs to run fast. Speed kills. Or speed thrills, but it kills. That's why they have bumps, road bumps. That's why you need a coach or a mentor say, Rora, or Remy, Rora. There must be something. Body must phone you. But when body phone you, no agree here. You go slam accident straight. You go see what you define. I'm not saying that it's so easy, but it's about self-discipline. That's what it comes to. You think I don't like, I'm going to be 56 in May. I will challenge all of you to 100 meters. If I want to, I want to be Ben Jensen. I want to have a story. Carry go. In traffic, somebody will come. I don't do. I say, okay. Sometimes I'll just wait. I say, okay, go. They will now say, no, sorry, sir. I say, oh, so you know what they do bad. I say, no, go. The road day. I will get to that place in my own time. Friends, let me leave you with a popular line of mine. When you start life, there will be so many people ahead of you. But as you continue that journey, so many people will become lesser and you find a lot more people at your back. That's a story called life. So don't be in a hurry. I'll answer part B. When you meet people, approaching them is a problem. Number one, you lack self-confidence. That self-confidence could be a factor of several things. Number one, you know, say your mouth is smell. You know, say if you get body odor. Those are real things, though. Many of you don't have personal hygiene. And so, you know, daily need those days, advert. I don't know which advert. I won't do it till you've done it. Boss. First person rejects you, second person rejects you. Then you need to buy TomTom and put a lot here. Start brushing, change your routine. Then it gives you confidence. If you're a woman, invest in the things that make you tick. Number one is the hair. You think women make up because they want to look beautiful? Stupid? No, they don't. It's for confidence. Women don't make up because you're a guy. She's looking for you. You are stupid. Men are so full of themselves, they think, that babe wants him. She's not impressing you, man. She's making her hair. She's putting her makeup, and then she's strutting. It's confidence. It gives the woman she walks like a gazelle. That's what happens. But if you don't know, and you just tie Mary J. and you go anywhere, nobody will look at you. You won't have, you know, say nobody will look you. Because the confidence won't be there. You can't approach anybody. It's back to self. 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 Packaging is key, but don't overpackage. You know what I mean? You go and buy body parts that are not your own. And then Molu driver will say, you go and touch the wrong one, and then you will shock that actually. Don't. Stay natural. And then God will bless you. You won't embarrass yourself. Thank you so much. I hope. Simple life.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up. I will just talk at them.
The very last time, put our hands together for our guest facilitator, Mr. Idi Anang. Is everyone excited today? Fantastic. So we really are going to be up and running so that we can, buy a little bit of time to meet up with the next session. So it is now time for lunch for the students, and I'll need all of us to, in a very smart way, exit the hall, get to the cafeteria for your lunch, and please refer to the agenda again. The next session is a virtual session on design thinking. We have to be seated in this hall at exactly 2 o'clock, right? So please don't drag your legs, be as smart as possible, get to the cafeteria and eat smartly too, so that you can make your way back here at 2. Thank you very much. For the faculty advisors, you'll sit a little bit because there is another time with you and our guest facilitator. Thank you very much and see you all at lunch.
The owner of the video is recording.
Hi, Timo.
Hey, how are you?
I'm very well. Can you see me?
I cannot see you. I can hear you. Now I can see you.
Okay. I can see you though.
And now I turn my camera on.
Okay, great. So I wanted to make sure that we have everything together, and I mean all the connections have been properly done.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're live now. Yeah. So let's see.
I have slides. I want to make sure the slides are working and the videos are working.
Okay, you have everything. Yeah. So we need to empower you to share your slides.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sharaf, you need to give him access to admin access. Okay, you'll get admin access now. What else do you need from us?
I think that'll be it. Whenever we can just check the audio for the videos. I think that's important for me.
Okay. All right, just hold on for a second. There's a session going on now and I need to need to bring it to an end. So just stay online for a second.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Go ahead.
Hey, Timo.
Hey.
Yeah. So the technical team is still working on it. Just in a few, maximum in under 3 minutes, I'm sure they'll be ready.
Okay, great. We have some of our Intuit team members here as well. They're just signing on.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. You can share the link to as many people as you want to connect.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Thank you.
You should put on, okay. Hi, Timo.
Hey.
Do you want to put on your video now?
Sure. I need admin access to share screen whenever you're ready.
Yeah, just turn off your microphone. I can hear you already, but just turn it off for now. You need access to move the slides. So they will grant you admin access now. Timo, you can now share your screen. Attempt to share your screen.
Great, got it.
Okay, so just get ready to start. Are you going to put on the full screen?
Yes, I will.
So do that and just stay on.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so turn off your microphone and I will let you know when to begin. Sorry? Your microphone is muted.
Hello, are you ready?
Okay, in about 5 seconds.
Okay,
Just wanted to make sure that you can hear me and I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So in another few seconds, we'll get started. Okay. Yes. All right, guys, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. I know the timing was very short, but we have a session waiting for us to begin, right? And I know a few more people are coming in, so we'll just get started because we're losing time already. So this is the design thinking session, and it is for students, and it will be facilitated by our friends and partners from Intuit all the way in the United States of America. So you want to say a warm welcome to them, put up your hands together for them. Yeah? Timo, can you hear the clapping of the hands?
I can hear it a little bit, a little bit.
Okay, so I guess I'll just turn it over to you at this point, and you will just take it all from there. Some of them have their laptops, as we discussed already, and they are happy to follow through with the entire session. Thank you. You may take it over from here, Timo.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Anacus Nigeria. I'm really happy to be here with our team members here at Intuit at the States. We're going to introduce ourselves in a moment, but I did want to start off with just reminding all of you to sign up for the Intuit Design Thinking class. I know some of you got the link already, but if you can take a few minutes to either take a picture of the QR code or write in the URL, just so you all have this course available to you after the session is over. You can take the course online, it's free, and you can get certification also for free. We will give you vouchers for it. So that's a great opportunity for you all and to support and continue your design thinking journey after this workshop is over. So we'll just take a couple minutes to do that. Okay, great. So we're going to move ahead and I'll share this URL and QR code again at the end of the session. So first, I just want to talk about what is Intuit. Some of you may not know who we are, and that's completely understandable. I don't think we have a large presence so far in Nigeria or the continent of Africa, but I'm really happy to say that this is our first workshop in Nigeria, virtually at least, and our first workshop in the continent of Africa. So I'm really, it's a big moment for myself and at least our team at Corporate Responsibility. And we are a financial tech company. So I shared with you a couple of, the first slide, you might have seen some of the logos, but we work on taxes, budgeting, small business, bookkeeping and accounting, credit scores, and small business marketing. So a lot of it has to do with financial tech software and some small business support. So you see here our annual revenue, how many customers we have, how many employees we have. We're a Fortune 100 company in the States, so one of the top 100 companies in the US, and we do have sites all around the world. You can see here some of our qualifications as well in terms of education, diversity, and gender equality. So we're proud of the progress we've made in our company and continue to do so moving forward. Specifically, this initiative that we have with Enactus is under job readiness. So we have a corporate responsibility unit that works on converting our tools that Intuit creates for customers to have it available for the classroom, for students and for teachers for free. So a lot of that is how to build skills around, around durable skills and financial skills. So an overview of that is looking at what the problem is, right? So billions of people are in economically disadvantaged communities all around the world, and technology has been, it's used to close that gap, but it's also a lot of time used to exacerbate that gap of opportunity. We know that skills in town are equally dispersed, but opportunity is not. So many people have the skills for good work and good wages, but they're not given a chance. This is our way of trying to, close that gap a little bit by building those durable skills using design thinking, so that whatever career you want to get in, so if it's engineering, if it's marketing, if it's writing, if it's something along those lines, these skills with design thinking can help you in any of those roles. It doesn't matter what you decide to do in your future. And then financial readiness is how do you set yourself up for a stable future, for long-term growth, right? I didn't learn financial education when I was in high school. and in college, and it hurt me after graduating. So that's some of the other things that we work on as well. And using our tools, as you see at the bottom, TurboTax, QuickBooks. And if you have a chance afterwards to check those out, I do recommend it. And then you'll see here the impact we've had. 612,000 people in the past 3 years alone have been impacted by our programming at students and teachers level. So that's just an overview of who we are at Intuit and corporate responsibility within Job Readiness Initiative. So now I want to introduce the mentors, the Intuit team members that are on this call with me. It's not just me alone. We have a great team here. So I'm going to have them introduce themselves. I'm going to have them share their role and why they decided to join this session with you all. So I'm going to do a popcorn method and give it over to Trudy K first, and then Trudy K, you can give it over to someone afterwards.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So it's morning where I'm at because I'm in South Florida. As my colleague said, I'm Trudy K. I've been with Intuit since 2020. One of the leads here, what that is I help assist a couple of our QuickBooks employees on a daily basis to function and help them with their daily operation to make sure they have all they need in order to function properly. We personally, we use, D for D sessions. So the design for delight. So what that is pretty much, we create ideas on a daily basis. So we come up with as many ideas as possible. And, then we narrow that idea. And then after that, we test that idea. So that's an awesome way to start a project, right? So first come up with as many ideas as you like, then pretty much test the ideas. That has brought me a long way into it because not only have I been able to test ideas, I'm a part of beta testing right now. So our accelerated program where outside companies use Intuit to function their daily activities. So that includes like screen sharing, able to see chat. So I'm a part of that. Also in another project, which is Project Journey. So we're testing to see what function on a daily basis. So it's kind of great that you guys have this opportunity because I'm a part of that team as well. So I'm testing to make sure everyone has the resources so we could succeed long-term. I made this role because I've been with Intuit for a while. I have the experience. I've been mentoring others while I was in my previous role. This is why I got promoted to the role that I am currently in.
Great, thank you. Do you want to popcorn to someone else on that team?
Oh, sure, Pam.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm in California, so it is really early. I'm Pam Bingham, and I am a manager here on the QuickBooks Live team. I've been with Intuit, actually started with Intuit in 2017 on the TurboTax side, which is our tax software, which we use to help customers solve their tax problems. I've been with the QuickBooks Live team. QuickBooks Live is a huge product that is growing tremendously. I don't know, it's probably 70 teams. When I started, it was 2. So what I do is I manage a team of bookkeepers and leads. And similar to Trudy K, our goal is to solve customer problems. I am an accountant by nature. I spent many years in CPA firm administration. I actually come from a family of accountants. My uncle, my brother, my mother, my cousin, we're all accountants. And I never wanted to do this. I said I would never do it. I wanted to be a writer, yet here I am. So I'm so happy to meet you all, and I'm excited for you to learn about the D for D journey. I will popcorn to, let's see. Orla Borde.
Hi, morning people. Alpha, Ekaro, Inakwana. No, yeah, nah, I'm trying to remember how to say morning in Igbo. Waiting day. Hope you guys are enjoying your your session. My name is Olabode. And I'm in Edmonton, Canada, and it's also very, very early for me here also. I'm a software engineer with Intuit. Actually, I'm one of the tech leads on the search team and search and customer health team. And what do? We basically provide the technology. My team basically provides the technology that helps customer get access to the help that they need to use our product using things like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and all. I've been with Intuit for 4 years now. Yeah, for 4 years. And I actually did study in Nigeria. I studied at Obafemi Awolowo University, OAU. Most of now go sabi where that day, which could be that. And it's been good. On a daily basis, how do I use D4D in my career? Because of what we build, right? Because of the kind of things we have to do, we really, really need to think about design. We can't just build things that are not useful for customers. Like on the average, on a daily average, we have about 10 million people that use the things that I build, right? So I have to think about how those things are going to affect those people, how I'm going to introduce new features to those things. So what do? We talk to customers, we get their feedback, we listen to the problems they are having, and then we try to design solutions, the best solutions to address those particular problems. And that's how I daily use D4D on my team. It's great to talk to all of you guys. I hope you guys are having a fun session. I go popcorn to, sorry, okay, now I have to speak correct English. I'll pop on it to Kozani.
Good afternoon, guys. I am in Canada, in a small town called Hamilton, here in Ontario. I was born in Zimbabwe, and that was my major motivation of joining this session with you today, because Intuit is such a global and great company, and our motto is powering prosperity throughout the world. This initiative is one of the greatest things that we have done, because I'm passionate about you, about Africa, because that's my homeland. I am an accountant by profession. I have done accounting for all of the bigger companies in the United States and now in Canada. And I never thought I would be working for a global company like Intuit as a solutions architect. I work for a team called Professional Services, and we use design thinking every day, because my team, we are always trying to solve the customer's big problems. And by solving their problems, we have to listen to them. We have to apply the D4D principles so that we unlock value into the problems. So every day, that's what we do. Before that, I was a service delivery manager for QuickBooks Online, which is our accounting software. And I was supporting the accountants channel. So I would work with accountants as far as moving their data from any software to QuickBooks Online. And when they migrate to QuickBooks Online, I would support them especially getting used to the software, helping them to troubleshoot, to run their reports, to train their teams. And now as a solutions architect, my job is more on the consulting role for the big national firms, as well as to do some presentations to them. We have customized offerings which are billable to the firms. I find so much joy in it. So I've managed to leverage my education and experience so that I am able to uncover value with our customers. I've been with Intuit for 3 years now. Thank you.
Great, and I think that's our panelists. I'm gonna invite them again in a bit to talk a little bit more about design thinking. And just so you know, when we refer to design thinking, it's design for delight is our methodology, or the term that we use, or D for D. So I just wanted to make that clear if anyone gets confused. I'll be trying to use the term design for delight or design thinking, but sometimes I'll use D for D for short.
Thank you, Timo. If you can hear me, I just wanted to say thank you for the introductions. We are happy to see everyone and to have met everyone. But we are even more delighted to see that a Nigerian is part of your team.
Yes.
All of our local languages. Say hello to the Nigerian. And say hello to everyone else. Thank you. So now we get into the heart of the conversations. You may take it over now, Timo.
Exactly, and thank you for that. And we're happy to have Orla Bode and the rest of our team on here as well. It's important to have representation, of course. Just going over the outline of what we're gonna talk about today. So why design thinking? Introduction to Intuit design thinking, called Design for Delight. Then 2 exercises, so a deep customer empathy and go broad to go narrow. So you all will be doing some work. We're not going to be just speaking at you the whole time. And then wrapping up with explanation on rapid experiments with customers and what that means. So what is design thinking? Well, we live in a world where everything is designed, everything around you, what you're sitting on, the room that you're in, the city that you're in, the university that you're in, everything is designed. But not all designs are good, right? Sometimes even you notice, some things just don't make sense, right? Or it was poorly executed. This pencil, for example, I think it's kind of funny. It starts off with too cool to drugs, but as you use the pencil more, it ends up just saying do drugs, right? That's something that wasn't well thought out. There's also the joke about iPhones. Every iPhone looks the same as the one before. A lot of phones look the same as the earlier versions, but they charge you a lot more money for it. Those are another examples of poorly designed things, and design thinking is involved in that. Just go to the next slide. But those were some funny examples. Not all designs are funny. A lot of designs are actually very dangerous to our society, right? As we look at environmental issues, as we look at internal displacement and refugee populations, as we look at classroom and inequities in classrooms, as we look at accessibility, so the wheelchair, for example, how are we helping the people who need it the most? Is our system created in a way which everyone can be treated fairly and equally, equitably, and have opportunity? As I mentioned earlier, it's all about, we understand that people have the skills, no matter where they are, they have the skills and the talent, but they're not given a chance. And that's as a result of a poorly designed system. And design thinking is a methodology to correct those wrongs, correct those mistakes, and put the human and the empathy at the core of our systems. And that's why we have Intuit's Design for Delight. So there's many different design thinking methodologies out there, but this is what has made Intuit a Fortune 100 company, has made us a delight to customers around the world, and has helped our reputation as a brand in terms of diversity, inclusion, empowering prosperity around the world. And these are 3 components of Design for Delight that we're going to go over today. So I'm going to play a quick video of a background of Design for Delight.
Hi, I'm Diego Rodriguez. I lead design thinking at Intuit. Design thinking is a way of focusing on the needs of humans and building things that will really help them lead a better life. And you can see this having impact all over the world, from kids having a better education, to patients in hospitals getting healthier sooner, to that delightful experience you have whenever you interact with your favorite product or service. It's about having empathy for people. There's always someone out in the world who you can get to know better and understand their problems and their life in order to really understand how you might be able to create a better experience for them. The second part of it is this idea of building to think, using the design thinking process to have a hypothesis, build a prototype to test the hypothesis, and then experiment your way iteratively until you get to that solution that's really going to satisfy the needs of that human for whom you have deep empathy. At Intuit, we use design thinking to build better products and services for our customers. We call design thinking Design for Delight. And the reason we focus on delight is because we really feel that if we're able to create a magical experience for our customer, they're going to succeed in whatever they're doing, and they're going to tell their friends and their family, and it will help other people learn about our products and improve their lives. What I would encourage all of you to do is to immerse yourself in the design thinking process. Get so deep into it that you can really make it your own, because when you make it your own, that's when you'll be able to take it into all parts of your life. I can't say enough about how you can use it to lead a richer, fuller life.
Sorry, let me just go to the next slide. Okay, so I'm gonna take a moment to stop talking and do an exercise with you all. The prompt is to the students who are watching this. I can't see all your faces, but what does delight mean to you? And think about these questions. What's a product or service that delights you and why? How has it impacted, changed your life? And how does it make you feel, right? So you can mention, I don't know, like Coca-Cola as a product that delights you, or you can mention Samsung as a product that delights you and how has it impacted your life. These are examples, right? You don't have to necessarily mention those. We'll take about 3 to 4 minutes. If you can just get in small groups, maybe the person next to you, and just talk to them and ask them those questions. We're going to do that for 3 minutes and then come back and then have you share your answers on the board in our tool that we have. So let's take 3 minutes to do that. Is that okay, Michael?
Yeah, that's fine. You want to discuss it in small groups?
Yes, in small groups. Yeah. Up to them. It can be 2 to 3 people. It can be up to 4 people. It's up to them.
Yeah. So your group can be the person sitting right next to you, and the topic of discussions are right down the screen. So after you will present for the group.
Yeah. If we can give about another minute or so. Okay, are we ready to move ahead?
Okay, Timo.
Great.
So the entire room is agog with plenty of conversations going on at the same time.
Good, good. That's what we want. And we're gonna hear some of those answers. So I'm just moving to the next slide. And I would love everyone right now to go to menti.com on your phone or your laptop if you have it, and type in this code. What we're gonna do is you're gonna share those answers that you came up with, like what product delights you, and we're gonna see it on the screen. And then if anyone wants to, I don't know if we can do this, Michael, but if anyone wants to volunteer to share what their answers, we can do that for the team, for the audience.
The first time that went up, come up, so you can be seen. The rest of you go to menti.com and use the figures there as your passcode. Can you position the camera on her? So share.
Okay, my name is Ife Johnson from Enactus Cardinal State University. So the product I chose was YouTube Music as an app, because music is what delights me, and delight to me means anything that brings me peace, joy, happiness, basically, and music does that. So YouTube Music is an app that delights me. And then I think the fact that you can get any song at any time from anybody, anywhere, wherever you are, it's sort of like a miracle for me. So yes, that was.
Wow, wonderful. Thank you.
I heard one, and I'm tempted to call the person out. Okay, Timo?
Let's do it, yeah.
Yeah, so she spoke about, yes, you know yourself. Please come forward. I think it's an interesting one. It's, yeah, encourage her.
Yeah, come on. We'd love to hear it. No, there's no wrong answers here. It doesn't, I mentioned Coca-Cola, so there's no wrong answer.
Someone mentioned, what's that car you mentioned? Rolls Royce. And I asked him, have you driven one?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sophie from Adekunle Ajasin University. Yeah, so I mentioned that mental health development delights me, and it is something that I thrive on, basically. So yeah, so last year I went through a lot, and mentally I was not in a good place. I was basically considering suicide, and yeah, so all in all, I met someone, and yeah, I'm alive now. Yeah.
Thank you. And why it delights you is because, sorry, what now delights you is the mental health development program that helps you overcome that situation. Yeah, see why I said it was interesting?
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Be suicidal. Look to yourself. Don't go and die, like we say in Nigeria. Okay, Timo, I turn it back to you.
Great. So yeah, I'm gonna, some people are adding their answers here. So let me just present it and you can see. Yeah, so.
Technical, please.
Yeah, so as you're submitting answers, it'll pop up here, and I see a lot of YouTube. I saw Kuda Bank, which I don't know, but I see a lot of that here. Yeah. Yeah, some of you have very similar apps that delight you. Some of you have unique ones. Slack, Smart Contact, Google Workplace. Yeah, but the main ones are in the middle. So Apple, Samsung, Uber, YouTube, Spotify, Google, human rights. Yeah, that's very important. Someone mentioned chicken. Okay, I also like chicken. I don't know if to eating or as a pet, but I also eat chicken. Great, this is great. Perfect. You can continue adding these. We can keep it for you all if you want. But let's go ahead and move ahead. Okay, so when you design thinking is a methodology for problem solving, as Diego in the video mentioned. It's a way to come to a solution to a problem. And there's a traditional way to do it, a very linear way to do it, right? You experience a problem, you think of a solution, you build a solution, you try it, right? That's not what design thinking and design for delight into its design thinking is. How are we different? So first of all, you don't start with a problem that you have only, you start with a customer problem or another person. So it can be a family member, it can be a classmate, it can be your teacher's problem, but it's a problem that requires you to have empathy for someone else. So it's not just your problem. And then coming up with many ideas, not just one, right? The first idea is not always the best idea. Sometimes you have to try and try and try until you come up with an idea that works. And testing it out as it's mentioned here. So you won't know until if your idea works unless you test it in a small, maybe controlled situation. And if it doesn't work, then going back to the drawing board and trying something else out, another idea, and then repeating that process over and over again. So it's not a linear process. And here is what it feels like to do design thinking, right? It's messy. It's a little bit disorganized. It's uncertain, and that's fine, right? That's how life is. It's not easy, it's not linear, it's not simple. So design thinking should also not be like that. Problem solving isn't a 1, 2, 3 step. It's a bit messy, but once you come to the solution, it can be really amazing. So I'm gonna play another video on a short video on this design for delight process.
Is Intuit's secret sauce. It describes how we work, what we work on, and how we win. At Intuit, everything we do begins with people. Look at the first circle at the top of the diagram. We start by getting deep customer empathy, by spending time with people, gleaning insights, and really understanding their problems. The next step is to take those insights and go broad to go narrow, brainstorming many ideas that might solve their problem. We narrow in on a solution, then go broad again on many ways we might execute that solution. We might go broad and narrow many times because, as we know, the best way to get a good idea is to have lots of ideas. Lastly, we run rapid experiments with customers to learn what's good about an idea or what might be its fatal flaws. Those 3 circles, deep customer empathy, go broad to go narrow, and rapid experimentation, describe how we work. We call it design for delight, or D for D for short. Next, we'll talk about what we work on. Look at the 3 overlapping circles underneath D for D. We believe success lies at the center of finding a big, important, unsolved customer problem that we and those we enable can solve well, and where we can build a competitive, durable advantage. This is the embodiment of customer-driven innovation, or CDI for short. If we're working on the right things identified by CDI and in the right way using D for D, we will deliver the customer benefit. That means we solve the customer's biggest problem in an awesome way. When we do that, the result is delighted customers. If they're truly delighted, they're going to tell their friends. That word of mouth is what leads to a lot of customers. And ultimately, if we have a lot of customers who love our awesome products, we will have a successful, growing company.
Great. And just to be clear, Intuit, we use the term customer to refer to the consumers that benefit from our products, but you don't have to use that term specifically in your work. So if you want to help a community or families or a neighborhood, you can mention, that you're impacting those communities. So just wanted to be clear that it's not always consumer or customer facing, but that's if you want to start a business and if you want to use design thinking for more of a business perspective. And these are just some stages of design for delight. Just want to show you more visually of how it goes and the different activities you can use during design for delight. So we're going to start with the first one, deep customer empathy, which is honestly my favorite. And I think and I'm going to have our team members here share a bit of their experiences in a moment about that. Yeah, let's play this video and then we'll go ahead.
So what is empathy and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, I'm down. I know what it's like down here and you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no, you want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice and it's a vulnerable choice because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with at least. Yeah. And we do it all the time because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now. I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
Okay. Okay. So before I go to the next slide, I want to have our colleagues here, our team members, talk a little bit more about how customer empathy impacts their professional and or personal life. And once they do that, we're going to go into an exercise with you all on creating a problem statement, customer problem statement based on empathy. So I will give it over to, let's see, let's work backwards and have Kudzani start.
Thank you, Tim. So in my role, I always encounter customer empathy because Again, as an accountant by profession, I encounter a lot of new customers coming to QuickBooks Online. And empathy is when I put myself into their shoes and feel what they are feeling, instead of saying, you should be knowing this, because as an accountant, then that creates a divide between us and the customer. So customer empathy, it means that no matter what I know, how much I know, and if someone is struggling with our software, I just have to put myself into their place and feel what they feel and just bring myself to the problem and not try to pretend like I've got it all together. That has helped me be successful in my career, because that again enables us to understand the real customer problem without judging, without putting our own spin to it. And once we do that, people value our products and they become excited to use QuickBooks Online, and they tell their friends. That's why our brand has been growing and growing up to now. I will popcorn it to Body.
Hi guys. I'll tell two different stories, something that I know we all can relate with, and I would say, so before I left Nigeria, after my studies, I actually worked for various software companies, and some of the companies I worked for were basically responsible for ATM. That was when we started having ATM machines in Nigeria, right? And we used to just build software and we deploy ATM machines without thinking about customers, right? We used to just say, for us, it was customers need to get their money out, they need to go use the ATM, and we would say, we are not going to allow you to do this thing, anything you want to do, go use your ATM machine. And I know we all experienced the frustrations that people used to have. In fact, personally, I was one of the people doing it, and I've been frustrated enough with ATM machines in Nigeria, right? Or electronic transactions, and especially when I just finished as a student and I was broke, and I would have just, let's say, 20,000 naira left in my account, and I'll go to the ATM machine to go and withdraw that, and there will be an error. And the next thing I know is I hear that I can't withdraw that money for the weekend. So I'm totally broke for the weekend. And then I call into the bank to say, there's an error in the ATM machine, and they tell me that it takes 1 week for that to be reversed. And as a young student that just came out of school with no money, that's my last money, right? So for 1 week, I have to go broke because of my stuff. And there is no form of empathy from the person answering that call. There is no form of empathy from the people designing the software to make that, to do those kind of things. I know things are better right now. You probably can get your reversals done in like 1 day now and stuff like that. But that's like an experience that I have going back to that. But now fast forward to me now working for a company like Intuit as a software engineer, and the kind of thought process that goes into software design. We're supposed to talk about empathy. I think I mentioned here that I build software that helps people get help, right? And some of the exercises we do to do that is, I want to tell a particular story. There was this, we kept hearing that it's actually difficult for our customers to, find information on how to use their products sometimes. And what did we have to do? One day I actually went to sit with one of our customer success agents, right? And I watched them try to receive calls and help. When customer calls in and try to get help for the customer. And I saw the kind of things they had to do. They had to go to Google, they had to open this thing here. And it took like 5 minutes before they themselves could even get a document to read to provide help to that customer. And I kept telling myself, like, okay, just putting myself in their shoes to see what it takes for them to get their work done, right? And realizing there and then that the only way for them to get their job done better is for me to do my own job better and to build a product that helps them to get access to help so that they can help customers faster. And
Oh, looks like he's frozen.
Yeah.
Let's wait another couple seconds. Okay.
We lost him.
Sorry about that, everybody. While he gets his connection back and running, maybe we can have someone else on our team continue. Trudy K or Pam.
Sure, I'll go. Hi again, everyone. So, empathy is very important in your daily operation, even at work. I'm with QuickBooks Live. So we're communicating with customers on a daily basis, especially it's tax season. So you can understand where everyone's calling very upset. You have people calling, they're crying, they have deadlines to meet. One of the most important thing, we have to empathize with them. We can't just say, oh yeah, we'll get it done when we want to get it done. We want to show that we care. That's one of the most important things. You want to connect with them. You want to show them that you care. Instead of saying, yeah, we're going to get it done, we'll get to it. We're going to say, I understand your frustration, let's see what we could do to get this going a little faster. That's a way of showing empathy. Relate to them, I'm in the same situation. You want to be relatable. And that's one of the most important thing. People connect with you. In the video, you see someone said, my child is not doing well in school. So you want to you want to say, you want to relate your child to that child. You want to offer help. And that's one of the things we do here at Intuit. We try to help. We have customer obsession. That's the best word. So we want to help you in the best way possible. We go beyond expectations for that to make sure the customer has a great experience here at Intuit. And myself, I apply that in my daily life. It developed, I've came from TurboTax to QuickBooks Live and other accounting professions. So you're dealing with people on a daily basis. And in order to have good relationships with others, you want to definitely show empathy. So when you thrive to show empathy in your life, you'll see that you build better relationships.
Great, thank you. And Pam, do you want to close us off?
Sure. So as a serial business owner, I am a business owner. I have my own tax and accounting practice. And one of the things that is so prevalent as a business owner is the problems that you're trying to solve. So because my customers are also business owners, I absolutely empathize with them. I understand that they need their books or their, finances completed in time to be able to solve a problem. Maybe they're purchasing a building. So they need to understand, they need to be able to put the best foot forward to the financing company. So we need to, it's so important to empathize with our customers. And as a business owner myself, I know that I need to understand where I am financially in my business at all times. So it's really, so empathy is really what we at Intuit, we're all about. In particular, in being in a finance space where we're providing financial advice, financial services, because our product, QuickBooks Online, is really built for the customer to be able to use for themselves. And as a business owner, one of the things that I would do is train customers. I partnered with SCORE, which is a nonprofit that helps those who are interested in business and learning about how to create a business plan, how to get their business started, and also how to manage their finances. So I partnered with SCORE to teach small business owners how to track their income and expenses, and understanding that they really just want to take care of their business. I just want to grow my business. I just want to market and do all those things, but understanding how important the financial piece is. And then knowing that sometimes these businesses that our customers have are everything that they have, they've put everything, all their resources in to support their family. And if we're providing great problem-solving solutions for our customers, then we're not just helping a business owner, we're helping a family. We're helping parents feed their kids or pay for their medical expenses. So empathy is everything that we do. Everything that we do here at Intuit is revolved around empathy.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can add something quickly, because the guy who founded our company, Brad Smith, started by having what are called follow me homes. That's how obsessed we are with our customers. They would follow bookkeepers to their homes, and we would observe what they are doing, how they are doing, just to uncover the problems that they face. So to me, that is empathy, because other companies, they just provide a solution and they don't care how you use it or what pain points you are facing. So that is a big deal for us here.
Great, thank you, everybody. Those were amazing examples. I think everyone in this audience can now, come up with easily some ideas of customer empathy. So I just wanted to, we're going to move into an exercise so you all can start working together on a problem statement. But just wanted to, emphasize again, customer empathy and design for delight is falling in love with the problem, not the solution, right? We have to understand what the problem is. We have to empathize with the problem. So we're gonna go into problem statement drafting in a minute, but I wanna just give you some background on what that is. So customer is a narrow and specific. So when we're drafting a problem statement, I'll share an example in a moment. The customer, you wanna think of a very specific example of a customer or a person that you're trying to solve a problem for. So if I want to solve a problem for a student, I want to be more specific. Is this a student that is studying engineering and is in their second year, right? And is, I don't know, maybe working part-time. Like that's kind of how specific you want to get when you are drafting a customer problem statement, when you're focusing on the customer or the person you want to solve for. Problem and barrier. So is it truly narrow and specific? Root cause, so does it go deep enough? And then you can add like 5 whys. Ask yourself about the root cause. Watch for solutions. So is there a solution already in the problem statement? Is there something that is obvious to you that you can start out with? And then reading it aloud to your team, right? So you're all aligned on the statement itself. So let me give an example to make this a little bit easier. So an example of a problem statement, and all of you, if you can, write this down, or at least the first parts of it. So I am a nervous, passionate, self-employed college graduate, right? I am trying to live out my dream of owning my own business. That's the outcome. That's what they want to aspire to. But there are too many options, paperwork, and risks of taxes and fees. So too many ways to mess up. That's the problem and barrier, right? Because I don't have enough time, resources, or knowledge to do work and engage in my business. So that's the cause. And then which makes me feel, so back to empathy and emotion. So hopeless, defeated, stressed, nervous, and unprepared for tax season. So that's an example of a customer problem statement. So if everyone can, take a picture or just, and I'll share the slide again in a moment, but we're going to go into an exercise where you all will write a problem statement as well. So choose a group of 2 to 3. It can be the same group you had before. And we have a prompt here already. So the prompt is what you're going to base your problem statement on. So the prompt is, and I'll just highlight it here, I am an Actis Nigeria student, and our team has come up with a great idea for zero waste in our community. However, our budget is tight and we don't have the resources to deliver. We know our idea will have a lot of impact, but we need investment quickly. So the problem is they have a great idea. They don't have the money for it now, but they need the money now to get this idea going, right? So based on that prompt, we want you to create problem statements within your group, okay? So pick 2 to 3 people, spend about 5 to 7 minutes drafting a problem statement, and then we will have some of you share the problem statement. So if you can go ahead and do that, and I'll share the slide again as an example of the problem statement so you can use it as reference. So Michael, if we can have the groups go back into their working groups, and then we can share the screen with the example of the problem statement that we want them to make. Okay. So everyone has the prompt? Everyone's good with that? I just want to confirm before I move to the slide on the problem statement. Okay. And so I don't think we can hear you all. So if we can get a confirmation that you all understand the exercise.
Hi, Timo.
Hey.
Apologies, I stepped out for a moment.
No, it's okay.
You just yeah? Do you need some?
No, just confirming that everyone understands what to do.
Okay. There's a chorus of no.
No. Okay. Perfect. Great. So what we're doing is you're drafting a problem statement. So this is an example of a problem statement. Okay. And you're going to be writing your own.
Screen. Thank you. So you want them to draft a problem statement.
Like this one. Yes.
Okay. Individually. So
in groups. They can do it in groups.
Okay, you want them in groups. So it can be groups of 2s or 3s or 5.
Yes.
depends.
Yeah.
Right. So at this point, to help you do this easily, think about a project that you want to solve or you want to implement in your community. Okay. You have a question. Okay. Timo, are we on course?
On what?
Are we on the same page? I'm trying to tell them.
Yes, we are. I hear you.
Question already. Yeah, can we go back to the question you gave them to solve?
This one. Oh, sorry. Oops. Oops. Here you go.
On your own, draft a problem statement in 5 minutes. And then it says with your team, create one statement to work on together today, combining elements from your individual statements.
Sure. They can do the problem statement in their group. They don't have to do it on their own. I'll just fix that. Yeah.
Okay, so go straight to your group of 2s or 3s. To help you create that problem statement, you need to first of all identify a problem. You know, earlier in the day, we were talking about solving problems, right? In the place of when we talked about creating solutions that can become sustainable social enterprises, right? So what you need to do now is imagine a problem. You think about what the problem is, and then capture that problem in a statement. That's the problem statement. All right. It can be issue of poverty. It can be issue of environmental sustainability. It can be issue of inclusiveness, whatever it is. It's for you to think about and quickly write a statement. You have about 5 minutes to do that. Is that correct, Timo?
Yes, exactly. And use this template that we have here on the slide.
Okay. And to help you with that, look at this template that says, I am a nervous, passionate, self-employed college graduate, and I'm trying to do whatever it is that you're trying to do. Yeah. But you know, you want to do something, but something stops you. What is that thing? Identify it. And then because whatever it is. So just follow the template and you get it right. Okay. Yeah. Is that understood now? Okay. So 5 minutes.
If we can give about another 1-2 minutes, and then we'll come back. Okay, can we have everyone starting to come back?
Okay. Can we start wrapping up now?
Yeah, exactly. So if we can have some students, if you want to have some students volunteer, and for others, if you want to go back to menti.com, you can also put in the same number again, and it should work. And you can also write your statements there as well.
Okay, is there a group that will volunteer to share online? Okay, please come forward. Not just you, you and your group members. How many are you? Come up, hurry up, hurry up. Are you guys putting up your hand over there? Okay, come forward too. So you have two groups, Timo.
Wonderful.
Okay, can you share the passcode to Menti once again?
Yeah, it's on the screen. It should be on the screen.
Okay. All right, so we're speaking for this. Can you put the spotlights on the group here? They've gotten the information on menti.com already.
Okay, I'm gonna fix the Menti just as the team that's volunteered. If you, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Latifa from Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. So our answer is this. I am an Enactus Nigeria student. I am trying to create an idea for zero waste in our community, or we are trying to create an idea for zero waste in our community. But we need investment quickly because our budget is tight and we don't have enough resources to deliver, which makes me feel that you can hide your feeling bad or something.
Okay, Timo, did you get that?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So you say it makes you feel what? Bad. So the question is, what will you do next? Will you remain in your bad state? No. There's no money. That's okay. You also want to share?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Joy from Olabisi Onabanjo University. And the problem we feel we should concentrate on is girls unable to afford sanitary pads. You can hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
You heard my name? My name is Joy from Olabisi Onabanjo University. So the problem we feel we should look into is girls unable to afford sanitary pads based on the cost. And that is because of the inflation in the economy, because the price keeps like increasing. And how we feel, yes, and we have to make sure that every girl is able to afford sanitary pads. And this makes us really sad because we know that many girls are really struggling in this area.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for them as well. Yes.
Wonderful. Great job.
There is a group here. Okay, come forward quickly. I think this will be the last group, Timo, except you want to extend.
Okay, that works. The Menti is live, by the way. So please, this is anonymous, so you can please add your problem statements and into that, and we can share it on the screen.
Okay.
So
the rest of you, go ahead and log on to menti.com using the passcode and share your thoughts there.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so we came up with a problem we're trying to solve. So I'm Kufureji Favor from Federal University of Ekiti. We are a computer engineering student to be precise. So we came up with a problem we're trying to solve, which was concerning recycling plastic waste by converting it to fabric. But the problem we've been having is that we've not been able to get tools and machines because they are very expensive and they are also scarce to get in this part of the world. So that's the major problem we came up with. Yeah, okay, it makes us feel, should I say, setback. Yeah, like we have a major setback and we're not feeling fulfilled because to achieve our goal.
Great. Let's put our hands together for them. Well done.
Great job.
Put your hands together for them. Okay. Timo, do you want more volunteers?
If there's more volunteers, you're welcome to come up, but we're happy to hear it.
The group here. Come on, quick. Password to Menti app, please. Please, this will be the last time it will be displayed. Write it down. Okay? Password to menti.com.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, sorry, everyone. Well, my major is one from Bauchi State University, Enactus. We are Enactus students. We have a project idea of eradicating poverty by converting waste products or refurbishing them into new ones. But we lack financial support, which makes us sad, stress, and loss of confidence.
Okay, great. Great one. Thank you. So let's go ahead and look at the what everyone else has on here. So let me present. Yeah. So I'm going to share some of these. Hello, I'm from Enactus, Nigeria. We just launched. Oh, just skipped ahead. Yeah. Great. Yeah, and as you're adding, it shows up on here. So there's mental health. There's about oceans of life as a problem. Someone mentioning their community and trying to source good water. Yeah, idea of producing electronic tanning system as mineral tannage. I have no idea about that. That sounds very difficult. Very complex, at least. Yeah, coming up with quality education in public. Yeah. It's great. A lot of you care a lot. So I think that's an important one. A lot of you have empathy. I think that's definitely not a weak point here. It's one of your strong points in this group. Great. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share a video on go broad to go narrow. So the next step, customer empathy, deep customer empathy is I think the most important of the design thinking process, right? And I know we have a short amount of time left, so it's not a big deal if we're going through the next two quickly, because you need to understand your customer. It's the biggest and most important, most significant part of design for delight. The next is go broad to go narrow. So it's a brainstorming exercise. So coming up with many ideas that you want to test. So let me share this video on how Airbnb, I don't know if many of you know what Airbnb is, an application for renting your room or your apartment. So I'm going to share this video on how they do it.
If you want to build something that's truly viral, you have to create a total mind experience that you tell everyone about. And so we basically took one part of our product and we extrapolated what would a 5-star experience be, and then we went crazy. So a 1, 2, or 3-star experience is you get to your Airbnb and no one's there. So you knock on the door, they don't open. That's a 1-star. Or maybe it's a 3-star if they don't open, you have to wait 20 minutes. And if they never show up and you're pissed and you need to get your money back, that's a 1-star. You're never using this again. So a 5-star experience is you knock on the door, they open the door, they let you in. Great. That's not a big deal. You're not going to tell every friend about it. You might say, I used Airbnb, it worked. So we thought, what would a 6-star experience be? A 6-star experience, knock on the door, the host opens, hey, I'm Reed, welcome to my house. You're the host in this case. And you would show them around, and on the table would be a welcome gift. It would be a bottle of wine, maybe some candy. You'd open the fridge, there's water, you go to the bathroom, there's toiletries, and the whole thing is great. That's a 6-star experience. And you'd say, wow, I love this more than a hotel. I'm definitely going to use Airbnb again. It worked better than I expected. What's a 7-star experience? Knock on the door, Reed Hoffman opens, get in, welcome. Here's my full kitchen. I know you like surfing. There's a surfboard waiting for you. I've booked lessons for you. It's going to be an amazing experience. And by the way, here's my car. You can use my car. And, I also want to surprise you, but I got you, this is the best restaurant in the city of San Francisco. I got you a table there. And you're like, whoa, this is way beyond.
Adding stars clearly excites Brian. It took some time to run through this mental exercise. We'll skip ahead to the 10-star experience.
So what would a 10-star check-in be? A 10-star check-in would be the Beatles check-in in 1964. I'd get off the plane and there'd be 5,000 high school kids cheering my name with cars welcoming me to the country. I'd get to the front yard of your house and there'd be a press conference for me, and I would be just a mind experience. So what would an 11-star experience be? I would show up at the airport and you'd be there with Elon Musk when you're saying you're going to space. The point of the process is that maybe 9, 10, 11 are not feasible, but if you go through the crazy exercise of keep going, there's some sweet spot between they showed up and they opened the door and I went to space. That's a sweet spot. And you have to almost design the extreme to come backwards. Suddenly doesn't just having knowing my preferences and having a surfboard in the house seem not crazy and reasonable. It's actually kind of crazy logistically, but this is the kind of stuff that creates great experience.
But how far?
So we don't need to go through the whole video, but essentially I think the takeaway here for us is when you're brainstorming a solution, you don't want to be constrained by, oh, I only have this much money, or, oh, I only have this much support or help. You want to come up with as many wild ideas as you can, imagining that you have all the resources available to you. And what can you do with abundance of resources? Because then that's your goal. That's your future. That's your long-term goal, right? You can come down and narrow it. You can come down and decide on something that's feasible to test out, but you shouldn't be constrained in the resources you have in the moment, because you never know what those big goals or big vision, how it can influence your pilot idea or the idea that you come up with at the end of the day. as you're doing, we don't have time to go to an exercise of go broad to go narrow, but essentially what it is you'll come up with your group, and you just write as many ideas as you can. You all just put ideas out, and then you can group the ideas together. Some ideas are similar to each other, so you want to group them, and then you vote amongst your team members, right, on the ideas that is something you want to test out first, and then you go and test it with a group or with a class or with a customer or with a family or whatever. You see the feedback and you come back and look at the ideas again. And if you like that idea and it worked, you stay with the idea. If it didn't work, you look at the other ideas that you came up with and maybe try something else out. So it's not a big deal if your team voted on one thing, but then a couple of team members wanted another idea. You can always go back to another idea as well if the first idea didn't work. So that's kind of the go broad to go narrow process. It really is something that you need to, understand your team members. You need to trust each other. You need to come up with all the ideas possible and then test something out after you voted on it. So that's the go broad to go narrow process. And then rapid experiment with customers is, again, testing it out, a pilot, right? And this is really important because maybe what you like or what something works for you or maybe your teammates might not work for your customers or for your family or for your community. And these are just some examples, right? Or watermelon Oreos. This is not popular. It was not popular for anybody, but they made it anyway and it didn't do well. So then they had to withdraw the product. And the same with this car as well. Expensive, it didn't look nice, it wasn't useful. And again, they built it, but it didn't work well and they had to withdraw it. You want to be able to test something small in a small group, a controlled situation, so you can see if it works, see if the customer or the community likes it or it's actually appreciated. You don't want to go all out and spend all this money and resources on an idea that you're not even sure if it'll work. That's why you should test it out in a small space. And these are just some products as examples of experiments that students have made. So something like prosthetics are affordable for animals, prosthetics for animals, right? And they just put something together that they found, right? It can be a very rough prototype, a stress ball, for example, or a very easy application to make friends and build social networks. So you want to be able to do a prototype, but you also want to use the resources you have at the time. So I'm going to stop there. Those are quickly the two other stages of design for delight. I know we have about 5 minutes or so. I do want to open it if anyone has questions, especially for our team members here at Intuit. And at the same time, I will put up the screen of survey and the course if you to sign up for the course to give feedback on this workshop. So Michael, I'll take it away for you if anyone wants to come up and ask any questions to myself or the team members that we have.
Okay, that's fine. But quickly, before we get to the question, can you go back to the slide that showed the 3 stages?
Yes, you mean this one?
Yes, this one. Now, I want to quickly do something. I want to take a snapshot of that slide. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
My colleague here, Emmanuel, will take it over from here for Q&A.
Great.
All right. Thank you, Tama. And the floor is now open for questions and answers. And we have limited time. So if you have questions in the audience, please could you signify by raising your hands. Question? Do you have, okay, please, could you come forward? If you have a question, could you step forward? First five people that will get to the front. Please make it snappy. We're short of time. Wow. Please, let's maintain some level of tranquility.
Timo, can you still hear me?
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Yes, that's fine. Sorry, you can't see us now. We have a power outage. Yeah, but
okay.
So I'm sure you'll hear the question as well.
Yeah, that's important.
Okay, towards the end, we started stating some steps of how to go through the design thinking. Oh, sorry, my name is Latifat again. I'm from Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. Then, Timo, so towards the end of the slide, you started talking about some steps we need to go through when doing design thinking process. Can you please highlight the steps? Because I noticed they were not on the slides and we kind of rushed it through. So can you?
Yeah. Yeah. So in terms of testing your idea, you're going to have to brainstorm first a bunch of ideas, right? So in that video, there was a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-star experiences. And they came up with the craziest idea and the most practical idea. So you want to have a wide range of ideas for your problem, so solutions to your problem. And then in your group, so if you have a team, right, or a company, or classmates, together you vote on one idea in that many ideas you came up with to test out. And I shared let me just go back to it. I shared these examples of prototypes. So prototypes of an idea that students came up with to test out. So one was about helping animals with prosthetics, so animals that have lost a limb, and they just built a prototype with materials that they had available to them, right? They didn't like create a product at a factory and make 1,000 of them. They made maybe 3 or 4 prosthetics and tested it with a couple animals. So that's what we mean by the rapid experimentation. You want to make quick experiments so you can test it out quickly and see the result quickly, because you don't have a lot of time, right? You don't want to put a lot of your energy into one idea if you don't know if it works. So that's why it's called rapid experimentation. You want to quickly test it out.
Okay, please, we have the question number 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Ejelonu Benedict, Federal University of Technology, Owerri. My question isn't entirely on your slides, more like a background question. How do you, you mentioned like software engineer, you mentioned you apply machine learning and artificial intelligence. I wanted to ask, how does that apply to, developing easier to use design? Like what's the use case of ML and artificial intelligence into it? Thank you.
Sure, I can hand this over to a teammate. I don't know, or Lebo, you mentioned you're an engineer. Do you want to take that? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so we generally don't just take AI and ML and just say, oh, because AI and ML is good, right? Just apply it to a product without thinking of how it's going to affect our customers, right? So in the spirit of design thinking, and I'll use the example I used before, right? Now, one of the problem was people needed to get to help faster, right? And so we're like, okay, what do we do? What is one of the things that we can do to help them get to the help they're looking for faster? What if we start suggesting, as they start typing, what if we start suggesting the things that we think they want to search for, right? So that leads to a customer from typing 150 characters to maybe when the customer types 3 characters, they see what they are looking for and they can select it, and that helps them get to the thing. So for example, the problem there is I'm a customer, I am trying to get to help faster, right? That's what I'm trying to do. But because I don't know what to search for to get to this help faster, I can't do it. So with something like that, I'm rushing the problem statement, but then at the end of the day, it makes me feel frustrated. So how do we solve this problem? We use suggestions to the customer. And then, so we now think about it. So when we do that, we now come up with different ideas. How do we come up, give suggestions that are meaningful to the customer? It's a good thing to suggest something to the customer, but if I'm suggesting something that is totally meaningless to the customer, it doesn't make sense, right? So we brainstorm on different ideas on how to suggest things to the customer. And then one of the idea is to say, okay, can we use machine learning to come up with a list of natural languages, different things, and use natural language processing, use machine learning to kind of get an understanding of what people want to search for when they come to our thing, and then use that to suggest things to the customer. So we took that and we fed it into our LLP machine. And when we present, we did a rapid testing. So we didn't just say, oh, customers take it. We took a select focus of customer. We said, okay, take this and use it, right? And we measured what the impact of that was to the customer. And when we saw that, okay, this was something that was really helping customer, we started deploying it to this customer. So that's an example of how we've used HellMail to solve machine learning to solve a customer problem. Does that answer your question?
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Olamide Relative from Inactive Reliable Technical Park. My question is coming in form of a clarification here. I have a brother who is into a particular skill, business. So in your point, you highlight avoid the product that customers don't want. And I see this, and I want to make a clarification that my brother is into something that people don't really want in that community. And he ensure that people realize that that thing is authentic, and gradually people embracing the particular product and is gaining more ground. I mean, I'm seeing it as an opportunity and a marketing strategy. And in your point that you said, avoid products customers don't really want. So,
but if I may take that, eventually the customers liked it, right? They liked it, and so they like it now. They did not know that they liked it. He now told them why they like it, and that's customer. Yes, let's take the next question.
Okay, my name is Adib Swabi from State University. My question is based on the idea of team. We have problems that you want to solve that might be just that requires individual. So I want to ask, please, I want you to clarify the issue of getting your team to form different ideas and brainstorming together. Can we use design thinking to solve an individual problem?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So did you hear that, Simon?
Yes. Yes, I did.
So
yes.
Project.
Right. So you can, the quick answer is yes, you can use design thinking to solve an individual idea. I would say that if you have a personal problem that you want to solve for, right? It's very personal to you and you want to, support yourself, right? Design thinking could be a good way to do that for sure. I think design for delight and design thinking is used a lot for, because the problem you have is probably a problem other people have. It's probably not just a problem you have alone. So it's good to get empathy from others to understand how they approach those problems. So because the solution that's right for you may not be right for other people, right? That's why we have the customer empathy portion of it. Because if you're going to just focus on yourself, you won't be focused as much as a customer empathy. You'll be focused more on the brainstorming and the experimentation. So I'll just say that if it's a problem that you just need to solve for yourself, then do it as you do, use design thinking as you want. But if it's a problem that you eventually want to help others solve for, and it's a similar problem as yours, then you need to go through the entire process.
If I can add quickly to that, right? One thing with design thinking is it's a guideline, right, for how to go about solving a problem. You thinking about design, but sometimes you don't have to go through all of the steps, right? To a particular problem, you might just look at the steps that apply to you. And to answer your question, I actually use design thinking in my personal life all the time to think about problems. Like I'm a father of two, sometimes with things with my kids, right? I sit down and I'm thinking through okay, this particular problem I'm facing with my kids. What are the ideas that I have on how to address them? And then I'll write those ideas down, right? I'll use narrowing methods to pick on which particular idea might best address that particular issue, right? So I might not go through all of the process, but then I've gone through problem statements. I've gone through, going broad, right? Writing plenty of ideas down, and then to going narrow by using design thinking methods to narrow the ideas down, right? And then I have an idea of how to go try, and then I'll try to apply that idea to that particular problem and see if it works. If it doesn't work, I come back to the other ideas I have. So in a way, I've tried to use it for a personal problem, but I've not gone through all of the steps of design thinking.
Yeah, and I thank you so much for clarifying. You definitely, these are all the steps of design thinking. We went through the three main ones, but you don't have to go through, the entire, you adapt it to how you need it, right? So yeah, thank you, Orlabode, for clarifying that. It's really important. I think, the process is helpful for some people, but it's not necessary for everyone. Sometimes you just want to take parts of this and use it. So that's definitely true for design thinking here.
So hello, I'm Agbola Aliyah from Adekunle Ajasin University, Ondo State. And here is my observation. Like, I think every company or enterprise wishes to at least serve the best to their customers. So talking of customer empathy and sympathy, I think sympathy means you knowing someone's problem, then you just trying to tell them sorry without helping their problem. Then empathy means for you to be able to create a solution to the problem on ground. So we comparing empathy to customer to its, should I say, the seller also. So the customer doesn't have enough income to buy that particular, the quality of a particular service. So should you say, because you want to empathize with the customer, you should give the customer more than what the customer has? And you know very well that the income the customer is offering to you is not going to get the customer a valuable good or service.
Yeah, I mean, sorry if I missed your question there, but I mean, I generally agree with the statements.
So the question, Tema, is that she said, if you are trying to empathize with a customer, would you necessarily give what the customer cannot afford to pay for?
I mean, no, I mean, if the customer can't afford something, so if you're creating a product, this is where observation comes in, right? So if you're observing the customer and you realize that they can afford, let's say they can afford a Samsung, but they cannot afford iPhone, you're not going to shove iPhone into their face all the time and market iPhone to them. You're going to be talking about, Samsung, right? If they really want to have an iPhone, then maybe you do an experimentation on more like used iPhones or cheaper iPhones, right? So I'm using that as an example to say that it's really important in the customer empathy and obsession process to understand the resource constraints of the customer and how you're going to market your tool or your product to that customer. So to answer your question, I mean, and our team members, if you want to weigh in, you can. I would be focusing a lot on what they can afford than versus what they can't afford. But I mean, I don't know what our team can say.
Yeah, and there is your problem statement in what you said, right? Like, we talk about the customer empathy. You want to have customer empathy to be able to create the right problem statement, to get the emotion that the customer is feeling because of that problem, right? So in a way, I see what you just said as a problem statement, right? So I am I am, so your problem statement for me in that case is I am a customer trying to buy a particular service that you are selling. So remember when you are creating your problem statement, you are not creating your problem statement for yourself. You are creating your problem statement for your customer. So you're saying I am a customer trying to buy this particular service and stuff, right? But I have financial constraints to be able to get this particular service. So you have that problem statement, then you will start coming up with ideas to serve those type of customers, right? So that's the thing with design thinking. Design thinking just helps you say, okay, now some of my customers have this financial constraint. Do I just let them go, or do I create ideas on how to come up with things that would help them be able to afford this service? So maybe one of the ideas is, how can I help them to pay in small increments, right? How can I help them to look for, like Timo said, like you look for cheaper products that they can afford, right? And when you get that problem statement, and then you start brainstorming about the ideas, you now see that you can get plenty of ideas that you eventually get to the solution for those set of customer.
Yeah.
And can I add a little bit to that? And then once we do all those ideas and get all these different type of potential solutions, we also go out to the customers. We do Follow Me Homes, and we give the customer a voice in this process. So that's also a part of the design thinking, because the customer, in the end, we are solving for the customer. So we do need to hear them and hear their voice. And we may determine after that process, there's no way it's affordable, or maybe there are components of the solution that maybe we don't have to have each component. Maybe these particular solutions would work for the customer. So it's a complete process. We have the problem, we try to solve for the problem, and then we reach out to the customer. Does this work? Does this make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, and if I can chip in again, because we are doing this process for us to design a solution and not to answer a problem. So understanding the customer problem helps us even to figure out, say, okay, how best can we serve that customer, and how best can we even not serve that customer? Because again, this helps us identify the major problem instead of coming up with a solution. So we should always look on the problem rather than the solution.
Thank you, guys. I think that you have sufficient details to that question, and I'm happy that the question came up, right? So that was the last question.
Okay.
Yeah, so Timo, is back to you now.
Great. Yeah. So I just want to thank everyone and wrap up. Design thinking is something you can use in many facets or part of your life, professionally, personally, as you've seen. At Intuit, we offer design thinking. Our employees are trained in design thinking, and we also offer it to students and teachers in classrooms around the world. So I just wanted to reemphasize signing up for the online class. It's free. You can take it as you want. And you can get certified at the end of it as well and have it on your resume. And design thinking is an employable skill. It's important for many companies around the world to see that you have these core skills of communication, of problem solving, teamwork, building prototypes, things like that. So I really want to encourage you all to sign up and get certified, and also do this survey. And this isn't the last time we'll see each other. I would love to work with Enactus Nigeria further. We have a great partnership with Enactus, and we would love to support you all. So please contact us, reach out to us. This is my email. I know if our team members want to put their emails in the chat, they can do that as well. So you can reach out to us if you have any questions or want to hear more about what we do and how we can support you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the Intuit team led by Timo. Timo, so in this room, we have just a little under 100 students at the moment, but overall we have over 100 students here. But the larger network is a little over 1,000 students, 1,200 and growing. So what we're going to do is to make this platform available not only to these 100 plus students that are here, but all the Enactor students across Nigeria, right? And they can all sign up to learn about design thinking, because essentially what we do in Enactors every day, without knowing, you apply design thinking to your projects every single day. So it's important for every one of them to understand the concepts of design thinking and apply that accordingly in everything they do with their projects. And then that becomes a part of your daily living, in your personal life, and then you can apply it everywhere else. So we will be sharing all the information. I was just going to say that the barcode that you shared on the screen may not have worked as you thought it would work, but we have, if you send me an email with all the details, we will share it with everyone again on how to, we already have that anyway. So we will circulate that email this
Sure.
time to these people in this room, but to everyone else across the country. Okay?
Yeah,
So
you can also, there's also the link here. So if the QR code didn't work, you can also just type in this link. But yeah, that works as well. You'll have access to it. Everyone will have access to it.
it's fantastic. So if you would just send me this slide also that you used and all the resources you used today, so we can share with the students as they so they can have it for further reviews. All right.
Will do.
Use the slides and everything else, all the resources you used. So thank you to your team, everyone that was on the team. Thank you very much. Good job. And we will connect again. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Now good day. Bye bye.
Our brother said now good day. Governance amongst. All right. Great. Olabode, enjoy yourself. We should connect, Olabode.
Yeah, you have my email. Please go ahead and connect with me.
Yeah, Thibault, you want to share his email with me as well. So
Yeah,
perhaps
will do.
connect with him to do a bit more work beyond Intuit.
Absolutely. We'd love that.
All right, great. Do you guys want to connect with Olabode? Did you hear that? Okay, guys. Talk to you again later, Timo.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, guys. Congratulations. Today has been a fun-filled day, hasn't it? Yeah.